the echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins chaotic rush. A restless voice the static cracks, solitude with neon tracks. Zero solely streaming the light through the chaos endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Zero solely streaming the light through the chaos endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Dudes, welcome back to another episode. How's everybody? Hope everybody's well. Good weekend. We had a long weekend here. It's New Brunswick Day today. I think it's other provinces' days as well in Canada, so it was a holiday. So that's why I wasn't around last night, and we're on a little bit later this evening, but I was over a hot grill. I'm very hot right now. It's hot as fuck out here. Still in the throes of summer. Yes, welcome everybody. Hope everybody's been well. This evening, oh my, more slop. Just the usual on the menu this evening. Yeah, really, it's cold, man. Oh, bro, I long for fall, Bones. I long for fall, man. I fucking hate summer. The only thing I like about summer is you can sit out on the deck and have a nice cigar and the nighttime. But through the day, man, I fucking hate the heat. I'm just not built for it. I can't sustain myself in it. RFK told aliens real and encounters are ramping up. Yeah. Volcanoes ramping up. SLOP ramping up. Stuff about the Atlas comet as well. I'm going to get into. There's a lot of shit here, so. Oh man, fuck, I'm jealous. It's hot and muggy here, man, and I just, oh fuck. I don't do well in the heat. That's my environment and my people. Man, this fucking green screen. I'm gonna tear it into a million pieces one day. Just a second here. I can see it's all fucked. Hold on. It's just there. Hold on. No, it's even worse now. There, that's slightly better. I'll probably get fucked again in a second. Anyway, it is what it is. Yeah. So I just saw this before I came on here. Scientists are puzzled by a massive, mysterious hot blob 125 feet beneath the eastern U.S., it appears to be moving towards New York. We got comets. We got alien spacecraft. We got volcanoes, earthquakes. We got hot blobs. What does it all mean? What the fuck does that even mean, honestly? It's called, officially dubbed the Northern Appalachian Anomaly. This subterranean slime ball sits 125 feet underground. It extends 220 miles across New England. They reportedly discovered it using seismic tomography method akin to giant CT scan of the Earth. What does that all mean? Yeah, that's not good. We're just prepping, brother. Something's about to happen. Connect with hot blobs near you. Maybe that's what's going on. The Earth's about to connect with its brother. But to match with its brother. Its brother's coming back into the inner solar system again. Yeah. We need a bigger boat. Oh yeah, brother. Fuck. Well, we're not taking 2 of each animal. We're taking, we'll take a bunch of Wagyu beef, actually. I don't give a shit about giraffes and toucans and just a boat full of Wagyu beef. That's all we fucking need, brother. With 30 Wagyu cows, that's all we're gonna need to restart civilization. We don't really need any other wildlife other than that. And look, we can roast them. We can roast them over this hot fire that's gonna be brewing here. Mother of God. Wow. First recorded eruption. Krashenikov volcano in Kamchatka, which is the place where the earthquake happened, has erupted. Interesting. First recorded eruption at 4 o'clock on August 2nd, 2 days ago. It's the first time it's erupted, I believe, in 600 years, something like that. So, in 1963, traces of fumarolic activity were registered in the crater of the middle northern cone, but now it's finally gone off. So that giant earthquake finally set it off after decades, centuries. It's gone off again. I think there's 6 in total now that have gone off on that in that peninsula where the earthquake occurred. Interesting. You're so close it is to the quake the other day. Yes. Right there. That whole plate is active. What does it mean? Nothing good. Nothing good. Earth changes. See right here. What did you hear? Volcanoes in Russia now erupting en masse. Yes, there's 6 in total. Interesting. The last magnitude 9 they had there was in 1737. I don't think that's correct. I think there was a 9.5 or something back like 100 years ago. Anyway, it's just some scenes of the different volcanoes that have been erupting. I almost said ejaculating. It's technically not incorrect, but magma, that is. Close enough. We're close. They're quite close, clearly. They've come finally. Has the end come? Yes. Time will tell. Oh, there you go there. Slow motion. Woo, there you go. Wow. Bang. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in that that part of that land right now. Personally, I wouldn't want to be there. Yeah. Expert here, essentially, we are fucked. We are fucked. Interesting. Is it too soon? Yeah. It's a very active rim gym. Oh my heavens. That would make sense, brother. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, the question is what's doing the job? Yes. Yellowstone gonna go too, right? That's what people have been saying, man. I don't know, though. I don't know. This guy thinks he knows. I have no idea who this fucking guy is. Athlete, retired grunt, student. Is this profile picture? Oh, he's a powerlifter too. Big dog. Big dog. How does he know about earthquakes? Maybe it's just his background. I don't know. So I just love these schizo posts on Twitter. Or, well, X, I guess. The earth just flexed and we have the proof. I don't know where. Oh, okay. This is a ChatGPT download, brother. I thought this would be more interesting. I kind of just quickly glanced through it, thinking that there's going to be some giant crustal displacement going on. Are these ECDO people? No. Pole drift, earth shift. Yeah. Yeah, people are saying the jet stream's all fucked up too. Someone had mentioned that actually. I thought that was horseshit, but actually there is some kind of an issue going on with it. That's not complete woo. In my ESP last week, I saw Earth would have a shifting on the 31st of July. Well, it's the 4th of August, and we haven't gone through that yet, so. Anyway, that's just more slop. This is more relevant. Yeah. Took intro into geology's freshman year. It's all he needs, Bones. I've studied. I've studied, okay. All right. Fair enough, brother. Well, here's something else, which is, I'm gonna turn this music down just slightly because it's like, I love the 80s vibe. There we go, but it's like banging in my head. James, oh, I love you pronounced it like that. It's not James anymore, is it even for you? He's now also James. Is the Southern Oceanic current reversing? Something about that, did you? I guess that's not a meme, though. I guess there is something going on with that. There was an article. I thought that was horseshit, but there's some scientists who were looking at that saying this is kind of weird. Yeah. You studied the bones, brother. J Muscle. Jim Mez. Should be my alter ego, yeah. He's spitting facts. Fuck. He's spitting something. Yeah, goddamn. Well, here's something else to look out for. Representative Anna Paulina Luna, however you pronounce it. Anna Paulina Luna, there you go. She's obviously been the lady who's been involved with pushing for disclosure of UAPs. She calls on NASA to investigate this 31 Atlas comet, the object mentioned by Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb as possible alien tech. Interesting. Where did I put this? I guess there's a bit of an anomaly that they have detected. Has no visible tail or spectral fingerprints of gas around it. Loeb's added again, pointing at anomalies with Atlas. No tail, no gas, no typical comet behavior, regardless of how you feel about his past claims. It's the third interstellar object we've detected, and it's acting very weird. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. Yeah. We obviously cannot interpret this, but I guess, he just posted this 5 hours ago. Oh, heavens. Well, I guess we'll have to read through this. It's on his Substack. Goddamn. Yeah. Have you met his older brother, Me Jizz? The choke need work. Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Brother, what is this music? I feel like I'm having a seizure in the background. Where's my other? I lost my other soundtrack. I think they may have. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's much better. God bless. Holy shit. All right. Okay. According to the new data, this is from Avi. This is on Avi's Medium here. He just posted this 5 hours ago. According to the new data reported in a paper that was posted today on the ArcX Atlas exhibits reddening colors with no visible tail detected. The authors explain these features as being likely due to viewing geometry and low dust production. When I argued in an essay on July 20th that the prematurely claimed elongation of the images might be an artifact resulting from the motion of the object, I was attacked by bloggers who insisted that it represents evidence for a cometary tail. Now that the dust is settled, literally speaking, we can ask, could Atlas be something other than a comet? Could be. This possibility is not discussed in the new paper. The concluding sentence of the paper's abstract states, continued monitoring around perihelion is necessary to track change in activity color, which will provide insights into the evolution of interstellar materials and interstellar radiation. I wholeheartedly agree with this imperative for a simple reason. The more data we collect, the more difficult it would be for scientists to shove anomalies of Atlas under the carpet of traditional thinking. We are used to finding icy rocks, which exhibit familiar cometary tails in the solar system, but an encounter with objects in interstellar space is a blind date on astronomical scales. The newly inferred rotation period of 16.16 hours for Atlas is still not statistically robust. It was derived from observing time windows spanning blah, 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 blah. Recent days led to a rise in the number of commentators who, despite not being practicing scientists, are ready to unequivocally denounce non-commentary interpretations of the data for Atlas. The truth will be revealed in the coming couple months. Interesting. As it gets closer to the sun, anomalies become easier to measure. So, okay. There he goes. This is just a reiteration of the paper that he went over here before. He's obviously got a lot of flack from people. for suggesting it possibly could be alien. I mean, obviously, hypothetically, it could be. We're just gonna have to wait till it gets closer. So, there you go. Interesting. Maybe by then it'll be too late, though, Avi. Maybe we'll all be dust by then, or they'll be wearing our skin at that point. Yeah. Reddening colors. The truth will be revealed. This is an interesting sentence starter. Well, actually, is this the same paper? Yes, it is. John Brandenburg. John Brandenburg, for people that don't know, is a plasma physicist out of Florida who pushed for NASA to go back to Cydonia. He was a big proponent that Cydonia may represent a destroyed, lost civilization on Mars that was destroyed in a nuclear war. He has evidence to support that claim. It's contentious, obviously. The arrival of the interstellar object Atlas, taken with the Muamua, can be interpreted as an alien reconnaissance of the solar system. Therefore, let us divert the Juno probe to intercept it, as Avi Loeb and U.S. Representative Anna Luna have urged. So we want to send a probe directly at it. Interesting. Interesting. He says it's clearly a targeted flyby of Mars. No way, this is just a chance object. It's targeted for Earth. There you go. And then John has posted a Trojan horse here. My heavens. What could it all mean? Not good. Aaron, I think, is this a TikTok that you had posted in the Discord? I think I have it pulled up. It is. Yeah, that's what I have next. Let's just go to that now. Yeah. This is it here.
Yeah, it's recording. Hey guys.
It looks really familiar.
I feel an obligation to our country, to the world, to share this information with you. Right now, I'm in hiding at an Airbnb, so that I at least had enough time to get this out to you guys. Last Friday, let me back up. I have worked at the Pentagon for the last 7 years in data analysis. And last Friday, as I was leaving work like I normally do, I got an email that I wasn't supposed to get. There is another senior officer here at the Pentagon with the same first and last name, but with a different middle initial. And it got sent to the DOD email to me instead of him. And according to policy, I wasn't even supposed to open it, but I did. And I have to share this information with everybody before it's too late.
Nick, what's up?
I'll just put on the screen.
Yeah, exactly, man.
All right, so I will leave it up on the screen for...
Oh, is this guy about to die, or is he pulling a fast one on us for TikTok clout? U.S. Department of Defense top secret. Here we go. Interstellar object, high interest assessment, Comet Atlas, restricted to ODNI, USSF, NASA, Opsin, Galileo project analysis by Avi Loeb. 18-1 displays unusually high hyperbolic excess velocity, around 5 kilometers per second. Retrograde orbit with 5 inches or 5, whatever the fuck, of the ecliptic. 5, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Trajectory passes Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. Estimated arrival 29th of October 2025. Strategic trajectory may facilitate surveillance probes furring close planetary flybys. They didn't write that very well. Some typos there. Furring close planetary flybys, unless there's just language here used I'm not used to. Yeah. Maybe these are reptilians, Corey. Who knows? Contact established with sentient beings aboard the craft. Okay, brother. Sensitivity noted, an observational blind spot during perihelion approach on 29th October 2025 could enable concealment maneuvers to evade detection. Somehow I can't believe that was actually written on there, but let's just see what he has to say.
For a few moments so you guys can read it. Obviously, the part that stands out is indicating that some form of contact with sentience has been made, and that the estimated current approach date of 29 October. Obviously, I will lose my job once this gets out, and honestly, I will remain in hiding for as long as possible just for my own safety. But I didn't feel right knowing this information and knowing the implications for all of us and not sharing this with everyone. So do with it what you will. And
I mean, brother, you could have shared that with everyone and not put your face on TikTok. You could have shared that, everybody, and spared yourself some pain. I mean, if you had made yourself known, maybe you would have been able to work things out with them. I don't know.
Indicating that
I don't know. Let me read that again. Strategic trajectory may facilitate surveillance probes, furry close planetary flybys, furring close planetary flybys. Maybe there's one typo. Furring, I guess, might be technically a word. It is trimming or lining made of fur, a fur-like coating. Yeah, it's okay to create an airspace. Furring, okay, technically it's 2 hours. I don't know. Anything posted on TikTok, obviously, you're probably all pretty suspect of. I can't imagine they would just be contact established with sentient beings aboard of the craft. That's the 14th of July, too. That was when they first sighted it. Or that's around the time Avi Loeb had first been talking about this. I don't know. I would be very suspect of that. Is that all he's posted? Nobody 94267. Oh, he's got some updates. Yeah, this guy's just looking for clout.
yeah, it's recording. Hey guys, I did, and I have to share this information with everybody. With sentience has been made, and not sharing this with everyone. So.
Okay.
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump on and provide some critical updates.
Yes, thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you for bringing
context about some questions that many of you have had about the authenticity of the TS document from the DoD that I shared with you yesterday regarding the mothership that is set to come on or around October 29th. Many of you pointed out that it appeared to be an AI-generated image due to the seal being improper, due to many, many spelling errors. And I want you to know that you were all absolutely correct. It was an AI-generated document, but I wanted to explain why. Every single time that I tried to upload the original top secret document that I found in that email that was accidentally sent to me, every single time I tried to share it in a video similar to the one that I made yesterday, TikTok immediately banned the video, removed the...
Listen, brother, I know this. It's called you just lost your job. You don't have any money, right? And the EI just isn't cutting it. I've been there, brother. You think, why don't we just play a game with people on TikTok? Why don't we just play a little game? But the problem is that people will sift through your bullshit pretty quickly. So, yeah. From everything I've gathered, they're coming to liberate the people of Earth, not enslave them, to show us a better way to take care of ourselves and the planet before we destroy ourselves and the planet. This brother's frequented one too many crystal shops in the last month, and I think he's fully gone off the deep end. But hey, listen, how many followers does he have now? 2,500, 241,000 views on that video. Fuck, there you go. Yeah, show us the print. Yeah, man, this guy's fuck. This guy's probably full of shit.
Yeah, it's recording.
Just slop it up, right? Just slop it up real quick. Yeah, I could not fucking imagine that they would put something like that on there, and I just listen. I mean, Avi seems fairly transparent. Maybe there's some things he works on that are classified, but I don't know if it was that obvious you could hide that. Right? If they were broadcasting comms, I think probably there would be too many people that would have. Whatever's been dealing with us, my bet is they seem to have no interest in enlightening the general public. But if there was an actual scenario where somebody was flying in with their dick out, right, like cowboy style, into the inner solar system, then I think probably a lot of people would know about it, right? Whatever the current UFOs are, I don't know, but yeah, man, yeah. Bad LARP. He looks more like, and he need money for his next rock of coke. Yeah, it is what it is. So many exciting memes. Well, here, I wanted to play this little News Nation clip, although many people here don't like Eggman anymore, but you know, I still have a soft spot for Ross and Lou. I don't know what it is. Those boys, as much as they've deceived me, right? I just can't stop going back to them, right? It's like bad. It's like an unfaithful, like bad partner or something. You can't stop, right? It's like, not that I ever had that particular problem, but I'd imagine this is what it feels like. going back to somebody time and again. You're just like, they've lied to you, they've deceived you, but you just can't stop because their slop is so good. Yeah. Anyway, so they're sending Juno. So this is the plan, I guess now, right? Send this probe to go and meet it. Send Juno to investigate Atlas. Sending Juno is not a good idea, says Ross.
Comet 3I Atlas was discovered on July 1st.
Fuck does Ross know?
According to NASA, it is just the third known object to be discovered within our own solar system that originated from outside our solar system. And it has drifted for millions, possibly even billions of years before it arrived here. Joining us to talk more about this, News Nation special correspondent and investigative journalist Ross Coulthart. Ross, it is always so good to see you. And first, let's just start with this assertion by Professor Loeb. Why does he believe this could be an alien craft, and what is your take here?
Good evening, Natasha. Well, look, I think the primary reason why Professor Loeb thinks that it might be something of a technological origin rather than something natural interstellar is because of its trajectory, that it does pass unusually behind the sun at its closest point behind when it's near the sun, and more importantly the speed. He attaches a lot of significance to the speed. But I do notice, Natasha, in his blog, Professor Loeb has actually said, and I quote, by far the most likely outcome will be that this is a completely natural interstellar object, probably a comet. And
posted in the Discord already.
Professor Loeb copying it at the moment from traditional astronomy. He's really drawing a lot of fire for his suggestion that this might be something technological, something alien, because frankly, there isn't really a lot of evidence to support that claim.
You know, he is suggesting using the sunsetting NASA spacecraft Juno.
Experiencing interruptions.
To intercept this.
Maybe post that in the if you mind typing that out briefly, just for people that didn't see that, Bones, about the incident that you posted on the Discord there. I've got to watch that. I'm going to watch that tonight, actually, that episode.
Object to use that opportunity. Can you help explain that move and if there is value to that?
Okay, well, Juno is obviously a spacecraft sent out by NASA that's currently orbiting Jupiter. There is potentially sufficient fuel on board to attempt this rendezvous, but it's a huge expense and it's a huge diversion of a spacecraft from its originally assigned task, which is to investigate Jupiter. I
fuck
think
Jupiter, though.
Personally, there's a lot of merit in the broad idea of what Professor Loeb is suggesting, which is that we do need to resource the investigation of so-called techno-signatures more rigidly, that we do need to start looking more aggressively than just using SETI, which is only looking for, that's the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. It's only looking for radio signals, radio waves. And frankly, any alien civilization probably wouldn't be using electromagnetic energy in that way. So there's a frustration among a lot of people in science, including Professor Loeb, that not enough resources is going to looking for other techno-signatures. I just don't think, from talking to many astronomers, it's a good idea to go diverting existing spacecraft from, for example, Juno in orbit around Jupiter, or suggesting that these are necessarily...
Ross is more than willing to divert our attention to an egg on a stick, though. He's all for us looking at eggs in a bucket, right? Listen, I would say Jupiter's interesting. This is more interesting. Fuck it. Now, if it turns out just to be a comet, then we'll be like, oh. Because I don't think there's any way of diverting that back to Jupiter after it goes down that trajectory. But I think it's going to be heading in that direction anyway, though, right? It's going to go by Jupiter. So, good Lord. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Bones. Yeah, they had an experiment where they fly a helicopter through the dome with an open radio comm with somebody on the ground in the dome. As soon as they broke the space, the comms cut out. They had the LiDAR scanner guy there, and they had him turn it on and point it at the hill in the next pass. And when the comm cut out, he lost all input on his device also. Interesting. I mean, that's all valuable data. Ivana, what's up? Yeah, you all know if he ever looked at the big cheese conspiracy that I posted in the Discord. No biggie. If no, I'm just making sure I didn't miss it. Oh, did you post something in there? Did you post it already? I just went through it all yesterday morning. But post it up if you didn't. Yeah. Probably have the least truth in Ross and of anyone, least trust. Yeah, he just saw the cash cow and fame from all this. Fuck you, Jim. Welcome. Fuck you as well. God bless. God bless. Yeah. Yeah, I think, well, Ross, he just... I listen, I'm sure Ross wants to get to the bottom of this. If Ross can make a living doing it, sure. The egg thing was a bit of a fucking absolute disaster. I mean, oversold that. I still remember the level of just betrayal that I felt watching that live. Yeah. God Jesus. Anyway, what does it all mean? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. It's not a good idea. I think it's a great idea. Exactly. Jupiter will always be there. Atlas won't send the probe. Exactly. Send it. I think that's what the people... Listen, at the end of the day, guess what? It's people's fucking money. So, put a poll out there. Send probe to Jupiter. Send probe to Atlas. Leave headed to Jupiter. What do people want to do? I guarantee you the people are going to just want to stir the pot. They're going to say, fuck it, do it. Do something fun. Why the fuck not? Do it. So I vote send it to the probe. Maybe we'll make content. Slam it into the comet. That's even better, right? We'll introduce our new extraterrestrial friends, if it is a craft, what it's like to fuck with Earthlings here, right? They'll understand what violence is. Civilization, kind of like their space elves. They've never known violence in their entire existence. And instead of sending a greeting party, we just slam something into their probe and blow it into a million pieces. Then we pick up their carcasses and bring them back. That's kind of how we dealt with other. That's kind of how things have gone really throughout human history. It's never really starts off as sometimes it does actually, and then it slowly devolves into just some dark thing like what happened with the Spanish and the Aztecs, and the South Americans. Which the LiDAR is returning photos, meaning they were either absorbed or passed further than the scanner could detect. So force field absorbing energy or a portal passing it somewhere else. And I don't think the signal they keep detecting is a radio signal. I think it's a resonant frequency of the device in the space. Interesting, man. Yeah. Yeah, they've been having more and more interesting anomalies going on there. I mean, it's like hopefully they're going to put that out into a proper dissertation that people can pick apart and peer review. In the end, I think that's the only critique they've had so far is that they haven't made enough of the data public. But yeah, always the monkeys throwing shit, man. Well, listen, it is what it is. Welcome to Sol. Welcome to our solar system. The shithole solar system. Anyway, I think that's that for the whole Atlas meme, but very interesting. Yeah. This is another claim by Ross. This is a recent Q&A he just did last night. Lockheed Martin has reportedly hinted at possessing advanced unreleased aerospace prototypes featuring potentially mind-bending new technology, according to Ross. It's a lot of potentials, brother. He's recently... Here, I'll just play a little clip.
2004. I do believe that the 2004 Tic Tac incident had Lockheed Martin at the helm. And it's interesting to see a congressman of the status of Representative Burleson, who of course is a member of the Transparency Oversight Committee, making these statements. I think we can all say, watch that space. I'm certainly interested to hear more. It's perhaps opportune also to point out that in their own corporate advertising, Lockheed Martin has indicated very recently that it has magical new technology in as yet unreleased aerospace prototypes. What is Lockheed Martin talking about? I think I know, but let's just wait and see. One of the risks for America is catastrophic disclosure. Maybe this is a good time for the President and the National Security Council, and indeed blue chip.
I don't know how I feel about that. I saw someone talking about this recently. It might have been Fane on Twitter. I don't know. But I've seen a couple people talking about this narrative, this whole catastrophic disclosure. And, obviously there's a potential, depending upon what the information actually is, that it could upset this very fine balance we have between the hyper wealthy abusing the general public and the general public putting up with it. Or maybe that is something we need to upset. I don't know. Who ultimately is going to be, who's going to have the most impact from this catastrophic disclosure? Like, is it to the detriment of the general public, or is it to the detriment of the controlling elite, right? Corporations that run the world. I mean, I don't know. As time goes on, I feel more and more like just fuck it, push the button. Let it go, let it out, right? Much as I don't want to have the shortage of toilet paper again, like what happened with COVID. We've got showers, right? Well, so long as people go and keep the water on, we'll be okay for a little while. But I think, you know, I'm starting to think this is a bit of a nonsense excuse, honestly. I'm trying to imagine what kind of scenarios will play out, but anyway, this is kind of more slop. I thought I'd just bring it up quickly, but it is just kind of more slop pertaining to Lockheed possessing back-engineered technologies. I think everybody who's looked into this for a while has become extremely suspicious over time that we back-engineered anything aside from like fiber optics. Some people have said like night vision. There were like those little things we've been able to kind of infer from potentially recovered materials. That's just been the rumors, but full-blown working gravity manipulation engines, like all that shit is just so far beyond. Like Steve, it's because Stephen Greer said it too, just makes me more skeptical. But anyway, some of the people, I want to bring this up too. This is again pertaining to UFO, UAP stuff. Some people who've testified to the recovery of these crash materials are people like Philip Corso, who was one of the gentlemen involved with Roswell. And something has happened to him recently. This has been happening to a lot of people in these spaces. Now, he's kind of a controversial character. Some people call bullshit on his claims. Maybe talked up a little bit too much how important he was. Maybe he wasn't as important as he said he was. Blah, 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 blah. I don't fucking know. Anyway, he's been erased from Wikipedia. This happened to Lou Elizondo as well. Another UFO community-related erasure just hit Wikipedia. The Guerrilla Skeptics scrubbed the page for Colonel Philip J. Corso, man who claimed to handle recovered tech from the Roswell crash. It redirects to the day after Roswell, which has now been rewritten to frame his testimony as fake and riddled with character attacks. Admins quietly decided it was in the public's best interest to memory hole him. Harold Malgrim was the other one, yeah. Mellon, Corso, Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo too. There was someone else as well. Might have been Edgar Mitchell, possibly. They're rewriting the past in real time. Well, they're just removing access to information. Or with Lou Elizondo's was very tricky because they kind of cleverly were removing accolades or references to his qualifications to make him look less qualified, make him look more quacky. Pretty despicable. But again, these are people these are idiots. I mean, they think they've figured this all out and they're going to save people the pain of being deceived. It's like, that's not your job. It's not your job. Your job is to present the objective truths, and not just straw man people and erase them off the internet. I mean, it's just unbelievably obnoxious. Yeah. Anyway, allegedly, according to Ross, they fitted the Tic Tac in conventional aircraft, Aaron. Yeah. And that was the claims from, what's his name? Buddy who blew up the Cybertruck outside of Trump Tower in Las Vegas. That there was some kind of quasi back-engineered technology where they have put these into drones and like small airplanes, stuff like that. Interestingly enough, small fixed-wing drones, I think is how he described them, something along those lines. And that they were effectively weightless, which allowed them to fly almost indefinitely with this technology. That's what he claimed, which is very interesting. He was an interesting dude. I mean, he was involved with a program at Area 51, that guy who blew his truck up and who said that. So maybe that's the degree we've gone with it, where we're just beginning to fully experiment with versions of it now. I think that what he described, which was electrogravitic, would definitely be very different from a gravity manipulation, from what I understand, when people were talking about this again, where it's not quite the same as like creating a warp bubble around yourself, like an Alcubierre drive. It's a little bit different, but it definitely reduces the mass of whatever it is that you're applying it to almost nothing or to very little, which I mean could have crazy implications in and of itself. But anyway, mute the audio. It's edited really weird when it happens, which is odd. I'll just sit here. All right, because they would do the old meme here with it, yeah. So this is from the recent episode. They mix some shit audio in with it. Oh. They got piano playing over it. Yeah, just so it doesn't get taken down, maybe. Darting around. Oh wow. So as soon as it goes through, they pick up, it just loses everything. I mean, listen, this is why they went out there. As much as the show's a meme, if there's actually some kind of a field around the ranch, I mean, I mean, the government kind of has already been out there with Bob Bigelow's NIDS team back 20 years ago, but if there was actually something truly anomalous, wouldn't the government just come in and commandeer the area, just take it from Brandon, pay him some pennies for it, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's a light response, not the device powering down. Okay, interesting. You know, I mean, an astrophysicist, he's an engineer too. He's got multiple PhDs. Travis is a smart guy. Now, this is obviously for TV still, but interesting. What the fuck? He's like zooming in and zooming out of the... What's he doing here? Interesting. God damn, that's it there, huh? Interesting. So it's, yeah, when was this part here? When he flies through. Interesting. I'll have to watch it, man. I'll watch it tonight and see. Yeah. If they actually get something weird, then it's louder than the dialogue. The music's no-go. No, it's so he can keep it up, I think is why he did it. Yeah. Maybe, who knows? But yeah, interesting. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Well, maybe they're actually getting some progress. It's not just endless rockets being fired off time and time and time again. It's actually some progress that's being made on the ranch. That would be incredible. Yeah, well, man, I guess I'll have to wait and see. Brother, season 7 is where we'll finally find out. Yeah. The previous episodes of the Laser Beam guys out again has weird results too. I think I did see that one. I think I saw the last one, yeah. Which was still a bit memey, but yeah. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Again, it's like this is all we would need. We just need some hard data. There's something anomalous going on there. If they get enough of it collected, then there you go. I guess we're just gonna have to figure out what that is and where it's coming from. They're definitely taking like a very cautious approach to this, though, which I find to be interesting. They probably don't have the resources, but like they keep finding anomalies in the mesa. Man, I would just blow a hole in that thing. Jesus. I mean, obviously you run the risk of blowing up whatever's in there, but just take the side off the mesa or something. Like get some diggers in there, dig the whole thing up. Like, but that costs more money. But that's what I was hoping would have happened back with NIDS, but they never really allocated those kinds of resources. They're manifesting, bro. Maybe that's what it fucking is. Maybe old JD's gonna manifest CAs here. I saw this. Amid the Epstein scandal, Vice President JD Vance has announced that he's obsessed with the UFO thing and will lead an investigation to get to the bottom of it. Interesting. Well, listen, they need a diversion from old Jeff Epstein and Don being in the files. There you go. That's exactly it. Don't get distracted. Oh, Jesus. Done him dirty there. Holy, they did him real dirty. Damn, I don't think I've ever seen anyone done dirtier than JD. I mean, holy shit. It's funny because I saw, like last week, I think Don posted a meme of like, is it him chasing somebody? It was supposed to be like O.J. Simpson running from the cops originally. It was Obama. It was Obama in O.J. Simpson's car, which is very interesting. And it was Don in one of the police cars, and then he had the JD Vance meme face in the other police car. I was like, oh my fucking God. Like even he, that's who he's become. That's who his vice president has just become, is this face. Jesus Christ. They're going to throw everything out with the government before they get the Epstein files. Just burn it all on the way out. Oh, man, probably. Yeah, we're never going to... we're never... It's just realizing, it's kind of a funny behavior. Well, again, it's like, people put all these different hats on. At the end of the day, we just want to get to whatever the objective truths are behind these kinds of things, like everybody does. I think people are realizing that, although there's definitely some policy... just some differences in policy that people may have, that ultimately, but when it comes to topics like this, we just want the truth. The people want the truth, right? There's so much segregation that goes on. And I know for you guys in the States, it's really bad, where it is labeled as like, oh, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. It's all this labeling, man. We're human beings. We're just trying to figure out what's the best way to do things, right? And being dogmatic is never a good way to approach these kinds of problems. It just creates a mess. And we need to try to avoid tribalism as much as we possibly can. Maybe the Epstein files will bring people together, make everybody realize that the real problem that we're dealing with are these hyper elite that are in power. Whoever they are, and you can throw some names out there undoubtedly who would absolutely fit the bill, but I think that's a real problem right now. And we're getting subjected to all this bullshit. Anyway. We get the shit end of the stick ultimately. Many of them are sailing the shit. Yeah. We're sick of the grind and the grift, man. Yeah, absolutely. People just want to be treated fairly, man. They want to be treated fairly. We want inflation to get reckoned with properly, not just ignored. We don't want the government to gaslight people on the price of groceries anymore here in Canada, especially, man. It's like, it drives me fucking insane. Like the meat prices are just through the roof. Crazy. Absolutely crazy prices on red meat. It's absolutely insane. Anyway. And their solution is just don't talk about it, essentially. Right? Don't reckon with it. Don't mention the elephant, the cow, the Wagyu cow in the room, right? Anyway. And we're not even buying Wagyu, for Christ's sake. There was a Wagyu tomahawk at my local butcher there the other day, actually. I think it was $400 for it. It's not even A5. It's just basic, like regular Wagyu tomahawk. $400. Something like that with taxes. $400 fucking dollars for a tomahawk steak. Normally they'd be like, I don't know, like 80, 90, right? $400. Unreal. Actually, probably more than that now, considering I haven't bought one in a couple of years. But anyway, here's the title. This is it. That's what I want to talk about. Now, who said this? Well, surprisingly, someone I have a lot of respect for, actually. Robert Malone. Yeah, Bobby Malone. The stakes are too high, brother. They are fucking way too high, brother. Way too high. Robert Malone, who again, I followed all through the whole COVID debacle and should have listened to him a little more, actually. But anyway, he says here, I'll play the clip, but that Bobby Kennedy received a classified briefing on UFOs. Yeah. So I thought I'd play this.
And as they were going out the door, we had the woman, Justine, that is our special person within Malone.news that focuses on UAPs. So she was there, and she just couldn't help herself. She asked, do you know anything about the UAPs? And one of them piped up and said, in the investigation, she said, well, I can't talk about it because I'm actively involved in supporting those investigations, but I can tell you that a lot more activity is happening now.
Oh, God.
That's data point number one, and that they're real. Okay. Data point number two, I'm talking to my friend and mentioned this while we were on the boat, and he says, Bobby had a briefing, and all of this stuff is true. Roswell, all those things, the reverse engineering, the origin of the night vision, a whole bunch of this tech comes out of reverse engineering, recovered material.
Fiber optics, stuff like that. I've heard of it before.
So stay tuned on that. It sounds like there is absolutely there. And we can look forward to, as you're talking about the future, we can look forward to learning a lot more about what the heck is going on with these, whether they're time travelers and they're humans coming back, or they're from another dimension, or they're whatever, fill in the blank.
Boat Buddy heard it.
Apparently it's real.
He did. The only thing that, I don't know, Robert's not a bullshitter. So we'll have to wait and see. But is it more hearsay? Of course it is. Wayne, what's up, dude? Well, respect anything less than just slop here. That's all we get is slop. But it's of a slightly higher quality, I'd say. At least mine would be my bet. But time will tell, I guess. Interesting. What's interesting is that if this is true, that he has been briefed on this in his position. He's a health guy. The fuck did they brief him on this? So how many other people, if this is true, have been briefed on these claims being real? And have they been shown the evidences for these? I mean, you know, I don't know. But anyway, thought I'd just bring that up. It's potentially a big deal. Robert's someone I personally respected a lot. And I think time has shown that he's been a solid person. So again, it's still hearsay, yeah. But it's of a higher quality than like raw slop, at least, right? Which we've been stuck with for so long. So what the fuck is this normie slop? Fuck, brother. Listen, premium market slop. That's the only good stuff, yeah. Justification for the autism vaccines. Duh. Oh, what Bobby's doing, you mean? Is that what stuff's going on? Why they briefed him on this? Yeah. Distraction from the economy tanking, maybe. And the Epstein stuff. I think I would weigh into maybe the Epstein stuff too, because that's pretty devastating for Trump. I hope that out of that, something like this finally comes and they can finally give some kind of documentation. The only thing that people in these spheres, in the UFO sphere over the years, have heard time and again, though, is that there are no documents, no hard physical copies proving any of this, essentially. At least pertaining to Roswell and those kinds of incidents, because they were destroyed long ago to try and protect the secret. Now, there would, I'm assuming, still be materials retrieved. But then what would they be able to give the general public, aside from wheeling out a piece of mangled up metal and being like, this is alien, right? That would obviously be really good too. But initially, we would probably get some kind of an announcement out of them saying this is real, probably provide documentation. Can they provide any substantial documentation? Does it even exist? That's been one of the issues all the way along, where we've had whistleblowers come out from every crack and crevice of this, and nobody has really provided any substantial documentation, aside from some documents possibly pertaining to the MJ-12, the Majestic 12. But that is also highly debated. Of their authenticity is highly debated. People go back and forth on them. There's many different versions of them. Stanton Friedman had a whole book dedicated to this. He co-authored with somebody else. I forget what his name was. On this, Stanton thought that these documents are real. Who knows? Again, unfortunately, we don't know with complete conviction. Again, Epstein himself might be a limited hangout to also serve as a drama distraction, maybe, brother. At least he is a distractionist. He's providing distractions to the rich and famous. And was collecting intel in the meantime. Yeah, in the 90s, when that whole Clinton blowy thing was going on, he was also accused of leaking nuclear secrets to China. Was he actually? I didn't know that. Interesting. There you go. A little bit of cigar play. That's all I needed just to fucking cover that up. Huh? The problem with disclosure is we won't believe any of it. It would be hard, man. Well, I mean, we need some solid proof. That's the thing, and that's kind of what we don't have. Anyway, I'm sure this guy who interviewed him was quite excited because didn't anticipate he's going to get anything like that. I don't know who he is. In typical Twitter fashion, no one linked to the actual original interview. They just all parasited it. Or else I would have gone to his channel and myself and subscribed for going and getting that out of Robert Malone. Oh my fucking God. That's what we're going to get right there. You fucking imagine? That would be something that Trump would do. They hype this announcement up, proof of aliens, and then And then the proof ends up just being an AI generated photo of Trump and the pyramids with aliens. Holy fuck. They're like, yeah, it's real. Our people have confirmed it's real. They got like 5 hands and shit going on here. Like a hand coming to this guy's like back. Hell yeah. I would have to have a laugh though. I would be absolutely furious. But for the most part, I still would try and have a laugh. Yeah. I didn't have sexual relations with China. Or Skinny Bob and his co. They look like there may be something going on here. I mean, my heavens. Anyway. Yeah, I thought I'd just pull that up. Thought I'd just pull that up for everybody. Yeah. Malone is controlled opposition like all the other sensationalized health advocates. Well, he's playing well. No, you fucking idiot. No, he's not. I don't think so. He's not. He's absolutely not. There's lots of idiots on the internet, aren't there? He's absolutely not. He's a very credible individual who was spot on with the entirety of what had happened. And I'm glad he's in some kind of a position of authority, though, of all the stupid things that Don has done. I mean, putting at least Robert Malone in is definitely one of the good things that he's done, I think. But how much power does he wield? I think he's one of the regulatory people now, as he should have been. But anyway, fucking idiots. Wait, are drones back? I don't think so, Lemon. No, not yet, brother. Not that I know of. Yeah. Correction, Bill Clinton was not accused of personally leaking. His administration faced significant criticism and accusations of mishandling the investigation into Chinese nuclear espionage and failing to adequately respond to or inform Congress and the public about the theft of U.S. nuclear secrets. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, pretty close. If they end up looking like a futon, Vance is going to be glistening from nervousness in that first meeting. Like a futon, you mean? Looking at a futon. Thank you. Make sure they say thank you, or he's going to be fucking dragging their balls through the glass. Oh, God. Anyway, fuck, yeah. I hope it's true. I hope that, again, just a little bit of gossip through the fucking bush here, a little bit of hot tea. But I really hope that that's true, that they're actually briefing them and that they're planning on making an announcement proper with everybody. I would say if that's true, it'd be indicative of that. If they're getting was he technically like your health minister down there? What that effectively is? If they're briefing him on that, for Christ's sake, then yeah, I would imagine they're probably going to be saying something. So my bet would be my personal bet, but that's really my hope, though. You know, it's my bet and my hope. But anyway, I did want to pull this up. So this is kind of related to this, and then I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna comment. I'm gonna react to this. This is the UAP GERB guy was up on Danny Jones, and I heard some good things about this. It just released actually a couple hours ago, but there's some kind of very interesting conversation on here pertaining to deep sea alien bases, and I wanted to go over. So I do have, this is the other interview here too. Maybe get that later. I don't know. I wanted to pull this up though because I've memed on this more than a couple times, and I you hear these things and you're like, is this fucking true? Like you kind of look into it, you're like, it looks like it's true. This is another video that this guy did. I think I follow him, don't I? Yes, I do. He's great content. Yeah, Will Brown is his name, author of Enigmatic North America. Interesting, very interesting content he posts, great posts, etc. This is a video he did here, but this is on the legend of the ant people. They're called the ant people because of these petroglyphs, or well, I guess it would be petroglyphs technically, on the walls here. These are the Hopis petroglyphs, and this is the story here, which is, I think, is pretty interesting.
Some of the figures appear to have some type of helmet with an antenna. One figure looks very reptilian. Across the canyon are more of these strange depictions. Here's some type of horned creature. Above and to the left looks like a blocked entity that almost resembles some type of robot. The imagination certainly runs wild looking at these pictographs. Of course, there are probably more explanations to explore than extraterrestrial. But before we explore those, it's important to note that the tribes throughout the American Southwest have very peculiar oral stories of the sky gods and underground entities that they believed influenced them. The Hopi in particular have an oral tradition that talks about a sky god that led them to an underground cavern to seek refuge from an impending cataclysm. In this underground refuge, they were hosted by what they refer to as the Ant People. A curious oddity that goes along with this story is that the Hopi word for ant is Anu, and that the Hopi root word for friends is Naki. Ant Anu, friends, Naki, ant friends, Anunnaki.
Now, the criticism of that is that you're sticking together two words that maybe, although I think they have been referred to that by some Hopi elders as being ant friends or ant people, but maybe it's just a coincidence where they're the ant friends, Anunnaki, as like just a strange, I think that's how most people would explain that, but
This word might be familiar for some of the ancient alien enthusiasts.
There it is. Brother,
Anunnaki is the name of the Sumerian and Babylonian sky gods that supposedly came down to help determine the fate of humanity. This would be quite the coincidence if that translation were true.
Amen.
Ancient Sumer is over 7,000 miles away from the American Southwest. I'd first heard about this Hopi translation while reading an article titled The Ant People of the Hopi on ancientorigins.org. This article repeats on several other blogs throughout the internet. When you look this up online, Anu does translate to ant, but I was having trouble verifying that Naki was the root word for friends.
Yeah, that's
I
what
decided to call the Hopi Preservation Center to try and verify it myself.
That's what I
The
had
lady I
thought
spoke
myself.
with on the phone had never heard of the Hopi root word for friends being Naki, but said that she thought the term with friends was something along the lines of Nakwatsin. The beginning of that pronunciation is very close to Naki. When I posted a short video about this on Instagram and TikTok, I had several Hopi members reach out telling me that friends is Kwatsi. One Hopi member said that some translations are different between clans. So is the story of Naki being the Hopi root word for friends real or bunk? I'm still not entirely sure. Hopefully someone who is an expert in Hopi linguistics will watch this video and help us better understand.
Absolutely not. Now, where this began, I know, was on Ancient Aliens. There were two experts on there, and by experts on there, you have to double check them, who had started that meme that Naki was. I don't know if it was for the Hopis, the only thing though. It may not have, but the Hopi were the ones that have the story about the ant people bringing them down into the caverns, and they have these different cycles of the world. These 4 world cycles. The world gets destroyed by like fire. I think it's water, earth, fire, and like wind or something. Again, I'm not the expert to be telling this story, but it was during the earth was going to get destroyed by fire, interestingly enough, which does kind of corroborate with the Ojibwa, which are just up in Ontario. And they brought them underground. The ant people had brought them underground, and they had kept them safe. And after the cataclysm was over, they brought them back out again and helped them restart their civilization, essentially. But we had watched that here. I'd watched that video where they were talking about this interesting connection between Naki. Now, I don't know if it was, because there's more than just the Hopi there, right? There's a lot of different tribes. So maybe it was another tribe he's referring to. I don't know. But obviously, ant is Anu here. So interesting memes. Yeah. We're going to find the emergence tunnels warp. Yeah. Interesting shit. JP, the guy with the helm, or Salah, has gone into Sala, oh right, has gone into inner Earth and met with the ant people, but he got scared and left their place. So has he? Fuck, man. That guy's done everything, hasn't he, Aaron? Holy shit. Fuck, Michael Salah's buddy. Yeah. Anyway, interesting. Yeah, this guy does great videos, though. This guy does great work. This guy does great fucking work. Fuck yeah, brother. Get to the bottom of this shit. There. I think it's shamanism. Those are Mongol shamans wearing the same kind of headdresses. I think that's one of the, well, it's interestingly, like, why did they choose those? It's kind of like the Dogon. Like, they have very interesting masks that kind of look eerily reminiscent of the Moai out of Easter Island, but just strange coincidence. I mean, we are all Homo sapiens. Maybe it's just coincidence. Maybe that's it. Yeah. Strokes mustache. Yeah, very interesting. It twirls it. Twirl it up. Goddamn. Yeah. The interesting meme, we watched this video, and I had never heard of this story actually, just probably a couple months ago, maybe 2 months ago. These explorers had found in Nevada, I think it was, this underground tunnel system. And in the underground tunnel system, they found all of these bodies, like mummified, of these people who were very tall, like 8 foot tall people. These giants is what they had found, supposedly. And it was a very obscure, kind of tucked away entrance into this underground tunnel system. And I think there were 2 guys that had found it. So these are just like the rumors that were stoking around. But the main guy, one of the guys died, I think, is what had happened. And then the other guy was trying to get a team together to go properly excavate the place for years. And then he went out one weekend on an expedition by himself, and he was the last guy who knew where it was. And he died out in the desert. And no, I think they found him wandering around the desert or something without his shoes on, like some weird scenario or something. I think if I'm recalling correctly, that's what had happened to him. But so no one ever found out again where the entrance to this place was. The problem with all those stories, and I've heard this a lot from looking through the little giant meme, like the giant body recoveries, is, and this was kind of an issue, that back in the late 1800s, mid 1800s, early 1900s, there were a lot of stories that people would spin. Like, you gotta think how people meme now on 4chan or on the internet or on Reddit. I mean, people would meme by writing these stories in these newspapers. And that's kind of one of the explanations too people try and use to say, well, these stories aren't true. It was a meme that was going around for a century and a half. Like, even Abe Lincoln had mentioned the giants in the burial mounds that they'd found. And, people think that it was just kind of bullshit that they were telling these stories. And that was, I think, one of the explanations. It was a video this guy did telling the story of this find, that this was just some kind of a bullshit meme that they were engaged in. They were like treasure hunters, and they were wasting people's money and blah, 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 blah. And then one of the guys ended up just having a heart attack or an incident out in the desert or something. He wasn't killed. It was what people had thought, I think, that someone had killed him, the government had killed him or something. But anyway, lots of interesting shit about all this, but very interesting, yeah. But that is very much real, that the Hopi had these legends of independent cataclysm and then being saved by these people that came to their aid. And also that these other groups, these star people, the Hopi are the most famous because they make direct mention of star people too, that their roots as a group and an ethnic group are in the stars. That this star people, they were brought here from the star people. And obviously these are oral traditions. And again, if you wanted to really critique them, you'd say in modern times, some of these spins were put on the stories pertaining to aliens to make them more fantastical and more interesting. And it's a bit of an insult to the storytellers. If you're a hyper skeptical person, you want to say that to one of these guys' face, go right ahead. I probably wouldn't. I don't know. I think probably just connecting all the other myths and legends we heard from other cultures, it kind of tracks. Whatever that points to, I don't know. But anyway, I mean, where are they now? Yeah. It was a challenge to get the weirdest publications into the media. A lot of crap out there. Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. And that's like literally it. And I think now the giant thing, if there's one person who I would love to have a conversation with, I've been trying to think of who else I can message to come on. Maybe Greg, but Greg followed me actually very kindly, followed me back on Twitter. But I love his content on here. Brilliant guy, very disciplined, like no memeing, no slopping like me. Just like really good content on Twitter. I think he's a tour guide, but he's a mound builder. He's part of the Mound Builder Society. And he's written a couple books. He's got 70 plus books and workbooks on the burial mounds all over the US. And he with Hugh Newman, I know, contributed to one book together about these bodies that were recovered. And I think he helped with Hugh, and I forget what the other guy's name is again, Jim Vera, in one of the recent publications around the giant bodies. I would love to talk with Greg. I think Greg seems like a very well-spoken guy, like in the field, knows his shit. No, like it's crazy how many mounds there were. My ignorant perception of the native peoples were that they were all nomadic. And I think that's what a lot of people who don't really have a very grounded understanding of like actual history, the actual group, these different ethnic groups of people. That's what I thought. I had no idea that in some parts in the States, and that's probably because the Micmac and the Maliseet groups were at here in Canada. That's kind of how they were. But there are other groups across the US that were not like that. These were civilizations. These were cities and shit. Like they had giant fucking cities. I had no idea. It wasn't until I started looking into this a couple of years ago I realized that, oh my God, like these are massive complexes that they'd had. And they're kind of anomalous because I don't know if there was no real written language that went along with any of this. So there's a lot of documentation around as to what the fuck happened. There are some oral traditions and there are some strange artifacts that have writing on them, but all of them have kind of been hand waved away because the native peoples themselves didn't have any written language. So they just assume that these artifacts are some kind of colonial meme or, you know, something that shouldn't have been there. But I mean, some of them were found in the mounds with writing on them. So that might indicate that there may have been another group of people with them at one time. Maybe they're there before them. Oh, that's, you know, that's where you obviously get into the claims of white supremacy and whatnot, which is ridiculous. I thought this is kind of cool. Just to give you an idea. LiDAR, right side of the Snai-Maggle Mound Group and Effigy Mounds National Monument. Look at this here, LiDAR. You can't see through the forest how many constructions, earthworks there are. But you can see with the LiDAR, look at that. It's all just been covered up by growth over the years. But that was all at one point, I'm assuming, free from any kind of foliage. So you can see, looking at that, how pronounced and how many earthworks there are. Man, I mean, just if you could scan the entirety of the eastern US with LiDAR, I wonder what you'd find in some of the deep woods and stuff. I mean, there might be some shocking finds still out there, like deep in like the Smoky Mountains and shit. You might find some truly trippy stuff still under the brush there. So I cannot even imagine what's on these slop comments here. What is this? Oh, let's just discover more. Okay. Is there a local story or myth attached to the two mounds? Interesting. Oh, I didn't respond to him. But anyway, Greg's a great resource. He posts all kinds of interesting things all the time. Like, it's just endless compendium of, like, look at that. That's kind of representation of what some of the cities look like. That's very Mesoamerican-ish constructions. I did not think that they were doing that. I don't know if any of you guys knew that or not. But like, look at that. And then what happened is these turned into earthen mounds, or they were either destroyed or they were buried essentially. There's another one there. Like, God, Greg, the content is just unbelievable, man. Like, 2013 report on LiDAR study on these just 16 Minnesota counties found 651 mound sites containing 7,600 fucking mounds. What? They found the sites had from 1 to 125 mounds at each site. That is hard to fathom. Like, there was a properly massive civilization going on in North America during, well, however old this actually ends up being. And however old some of these actually end up like being. I don't know. I'm assuming they'd have some carbon dating on these mounds. These are the kinds of questions I'd love to ask, Greg. Here, like, obviously tell us your most anomalous stuff. Right? Petroglyph from Ellison Rock Formation in Montana. Wow. Just brilliant, man. Just brilliant. That looks like Celtic there. Wow. Unreal. Anyway, really cool guy. If anyone's curious to follow more about this, he's a great resource on Twitter. It's just all quality content, no slop whatsoever. So, what's Graham say? We're a civilization with amnesia bones. Yeah. That's essentially, yeah, that is his saying. Yeah, we've forgotten our roots. Yeah. That was a, I think Graham probably in good faith did come up with that himself. Emmanuel Velikovsky was who I think first said that back in the 50s and 60s. Now, but it was due to trauma. It kind of, Arlo Graham is also kind of along that same narrative. But Velikovsky said that too, that we were a traumatized species with amnesia. And that we carry trauma. We're a traumatic species. And our myth and our legends and our folklore, and that trauma is carried through all of it, right? And we still carry that trauma today. Now, Velikovsky thought it was from surviving these cataclysmic events, but yeah. The truth never matches the narrative. Yeah, history is written by the victors. Well, yeah, man. And I think they plowed through so many of these mounds now. I'm assuming this one isn't gone anymore. Aerial photo of the 50-foot tall central mound at Winterville, Mississippi. During the disastrous flood in 1927, I showed an aerial video of this huge mound a day ago. The flood led Kansas Joe McCoy and Memphis Minnie to write the lyrics and song, "Oh, When the Levee Breaks." Oh, there you go. Of course, Led Zeppelin made it famous. Interesting. And there's one of the earthworks that survived. So, yeah. Some were certainly used as refugees during floods, but tens of thousands of mounds around the hills, high ridges, bluffs never get flooded. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway. Extremely intriguing. Yeah. And he's not opposed to this idea that there's an anomalous explanation of this. He worked with Hugh Newman. I think we watched one of his interviews here. I've watched a couple of them online. And there's definitely some anomalies along with them. I mean, obviously the Native peoples were intimately involved with these, but the finds of bodies that were not Native American are what's very intriguing out of them, which he's obviously looked into quite a bit himself. And I wonder if that's what's kind of, did that start his investigation proper into these first, because that's where this would go, that these are not all of them, but a portion of them may be relics from an older age that we've lumped together in with the Native peoples for convenience sake, right? Who knows? Yeah. Anti-tsunami mounds. Stand on top of the mound, brother. Yeah. God damn it. All right. Well, I was going to go through this video a bit. This is it's kind of relevant to my interests here. UAP Gerb. He makes good videos. Some people say they're very dry, but they're very information packed, right? If you want to get the specifics, if you want to get down to the dirty, the nitty gritty of it all, then this is what you have to do. You have to sit and you have to swallow Gerb slop, but it's good stuff. It's good quality, right? Actually, it isn't even slop, honestly. It's not chewed up whatsoever. You have to do it yourself, but that's part of the fun. You want to really know the ins and outs of everything. But I think this is, I'm kind of looking forward to I'll probably jump around this a little bit. Obviously 2.5 hour long conversation. That's a lot. But anyway, I thought I'd check it out. So he's the most underrated and likely the most knowledgeable ufologist. I'd have to say probably up there, definitely. Yeah, he's not a new ufologist either. There's lots of new ufologists that are out there as content creators now who have just recently, which is helpful because other people who maybe have been going over this for, unfortunately, for decades, even like myself, not that I would really consider myself to be a proper ufologist. Some of the information, it's been a long time since I've gone through and I've reread any of Stanton's work, Jacques Vallée's work, any of the other whistleblowers. It's been a while, so but I do have a basic understanding of it, I guess. But everyone chooses to digest the slump in their own personal way. You're just here to serve it out. It's fucking true, I guess, bro. It's not my job. It's not my job. I'm just here to put it on a platter for everybody to fucking take a chew out of.
That documentary on Jonathan Weygandt, I'd heard of him, but I had never heard any of the backstory that you described.
Oh, it's interesting.
And what was going on in, what was it, Peru that happened?
Yeah, 1997, Operation Laser Strike.
Operation Laser Strike, never heard of it.
So this was a classified U.S. Southcom, U.S. Southern Command operation to track narco traffic, drug traffic in Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, all sorts of South American countries. And the MAC-G, the Marine Air Control Group 28, was sent down alongside some elements of the Air Force and a pretty large joint program, including the CIA, to set up TPS-43 and other radar systems to track some of these narco planes. And so Jonathan Weygandt, there's still debate on whether his station was in Pucallpa, Peru, which is kind of central Peru, Iquitos, Peru, which is northern Peru, because he wasn't privy to where he was taken for this radar detachment to track the narco traffic. I personally think this is northern Peru because he just gave a lot of details about the flight time down to Peru, details about time spent on planes. So one morning, late March, early April, he is doing nighttime guard duty. And a sergeant comes up to him, I think this is Sergeant Montalegre, and says, hey, there's been a crashed craft. We need to go out and see if it's friendly. Nothing about UFOs, just a craft crash. This could be a plane. So Weygandt, Sergeant Allen, Sergeant Atkins, and about 7 other Marines all drive in a direction to go find this downed aircraft. By the time they reach the LZ, after a combination of driving and trekking, the Marines come across a ravine where about a 20 meter in length egg-shaped craft is just stuck in a granite cliff face. Probably granite. Weygandt doesn't fully know for sure what the material is, but wedged in there. There's fluid leaking out of the craft. There's what looks to be 3 hatches, one of them open with possibly a non-human arm hanging out of the craft. And this liquid is like clear, but it's viscous like syrup. And the craft itself looks somewhat metallic, but it's changing colors like purple and green. The best I can describe that is the mother of pearl effect, similar to oil on water. So Weygandt gets pretty close to the craft. It's way above him, but he gets pretty close under it. He gets the fluid all over himself. And it's to this day like removed hair from his legs. It discolored his camis or his battle dress uniform. And so after about 10 to 15 minutes at the site, and some interesting details about the craft is there was a light going around its circumference that seemed to power down. Almost seemed like the craft shut off, including a a sound like a guitar amp that eventually died down. Weygant eventually kind of came to hearing hearing Sergeants Allen and Adkins yelling at him to, hey, step away from the craft. And during this time, he felt like, I know you and Jesse talked about Jake Barber and some of the psionics and stuff.
Right.
He felt like there was something in the craft reaching out to him, trying to communicate with him, trying to tell him that it was okay, don't worry, help us, but it's all going to be okay, which is really bizarre, really strange. And to this day, he has seen like these creatures, what he calls them, in his dreams that were in the craft. He doesn't know how to explain how he felt like these things were contacting him, but it's really strange. But here's where,
when did he say this for the first time publicly?
It's one of those things like, for people that aren't familiar with any of this literature, would they consider this to be objectively strange? Yes. For people that have gone through the literature ad nauseum, is this strange? No, it's kind of part and parcel of the experience. The people who have strange experiences with craft or abduction phenomena, like that, they're all telepathic, right? So if a UFO actually crashes, would it surprise me personally if I walked up to it and I started getting telepathic communications like, bro, it's all right, bro, don't worry, we're all right in here, brother? I'd be like, no, well, I expect that, I guess. I don't know. We're at the side games this past week. Were they? I didn't know. I didn't see much about that, Bones. Were they actually? I didn't know.
1000 on Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project archive.
Wow.
So he was part of the 2000 Disclosure Briefing Project, where Greer was doing some really good work getting whistleblowers together. And Weygant's testimony was in there and has really stood out forever. He reached out to Greer because he was facing a lot of reprisals and he thought he was going to die.
Wow.
So there's some stuff he doesn't like talking about, and he didn't really talk about live with me, but stuff like being surveilled, having his money messed with, having, his cars tampered with, and he was just really afraid for his life, so he decided to speak out. But so,
how long ago did you talk to him?
I talked to him almost daily, but
You talk to him daily?
Yeah, he's one of my good friends. I love Jonathan. He's a stand-up guy. He's hilarious. He's great. So I talk to him all the time, but getting back to his story, so Sergeant Allen and Sergeant Adkins holler at him to move away from the craft. As soon as these Marines start heading up the ravine, and this is the most interesting part to me because, my channel's pretty focused around crash retrieval and reverse engineering. A couple of U.S. Army CH-47 helicopters fly over them. As these helicopters are getting to land at a nearby clearing, the Marines, including Weygant, including Allen, including Adkins, are intercepted by a team of men in black camouflage. And stop me if this sounds familiar when you hear cases like Michael Herrera. A team of men in black camouflage that apprehend the Marines, strip them of their gear. Weygant, being feisty, being like 23 years old, tries to swing at one of them. Clocks him in the head. And these guys, at that point, make an example out of Weygant, push his face in the ground, he gets more of the liquid on him, beat the crap out of him. And then out of the helicopters come a team of people ranging from rain jackets to large hazmat gear, MOP gear, mission-oriented protection posture, marked and stamped with DOE, Department of Energy.
No shit.
And so a couple of these DOE guys in protective gear see Weygant, they strip him of his clothes. Weygant is handcuffed to a stretcher, his feet are gagged, and he is put on a CH-47 out of there. Doesn't know what happened to Atkin or Allen's. But here's what's really interesting about the DOE. The Department of Energy has its own team. It's called the Nuclear Emergency Support Team. And this is basically a rapid reaction team that can be sent anywhere in the continental United States or around the world to react to nuclear or radiological signatures. And one of the governing bodies of NEST, the DOE NEST, Nuclear Emergency Support Team, is the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement. 1954, if this sounds familiar to you, are you familiar with the 2023 and 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, UAP disclosure amendment? I know I'm
familiar with it, but I don't know a lot of the details.
Okay, so like a quick side note to that, the UAPDA, which is probably going to be pushed again in the upcoming Senate conference, I hope that gets pushed through, but the whole point of this amendment was to bring forth disclosure of UFO legacy programs hidden within the U.S. Department of Defense and intelligence communities
and materials,
that are housing, exploiting, or reverse engineering technologies of unknown origin, TUOs. And one of the governing bodies listed in this legislation that hides some of these materials is the 1954 Atomic Energy Act that considers UFO materials as trans-classified foreign nuclear materials. So inherently that...
And again, how does this all make sense in the broader context of who's hiding the aliens, right? Like, does this track with other information that's been out there about who specifically was involved with the cover-up initially, right? And yes, it does, because it goes back to MJ12, for instance. Not necessarily particularly to them, but that the guys who handled this, who had this thrown on their desk, were the guys that were involved with atomic secrecy, like the atomic weapons program, right? So the Manhattan Project, the same groups of people, like Oppenheimer and co., right? And so 1947 happens. Supposedly, there's an event that happens even during the war. I think in 41 or 42. But then 47 happens, and then that coincidentally is the same year, I believe, that there's a bunch of other agencies that crop up, and I believe like the CIA. But from there onwards, this gets lumped in and thrown in with nuclear secrecy, because that's obviously at that point in time, it's the biggest secret that they have. It's dealing with nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons technology, and so this gets kind of thrown under that umbrella. And so it would make sense, really, it would track with all the other anecdotes we have, that in the end would be who would be responsible for these secrets, right?
That means like anything that could be considered nuclear or radiological is pretty much born restricted, born classified, and can be pigeonholed to avoid standard declassification processes. What's interesting about the DOE NEST is their founding authority was also the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement. So you have legislation like the UAPDA talking about 54 being how the classification system for UFO materials is born. And then you have stories like Jonathan Weygandt encountering DOE teams whose given authority is that same 54 agreement. So it's very interesting. Also, there's provable instances that DOE NEST was actually looking to operate in South America, Colombia, Bolivia, Peru at that time in 1997. There was a Russian probe that went errant. It was going to crash. US Southcom thought this Russian probe was going to crash either in the Pacific or somewhere near Peru and Bolivia. So DOE was actively using Defense Support Program satellites to monitor the region later that year. So DOE NEST was already interested in South America.
Wow. And there was a lot of spooky shit going on in South America in the 90s. Like there was a lot of UFO crash incidents.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of, I think that Jacques Vallée book was earlier than the 90s though. Jacques Vallée wrote a book about like some crazy massacre that happened in South America, where like basically all these people were slaughtered. Have you heard of this?
No.
It sounds somewhat familiar, but I'm not fully.
I think Jesse was the one who told me about it. But yeah, no, South America.
Coloras. It's Coloras incident. This is in Brazil, I think, in 1977. It wasn't a massacre. There was a lot of people who were burned by these, what they looked like lasers that were coming out of these craft. I don't think anybody died. Maybe there was somebody that died, but it was Coloras, Jesus. Was one of those interesting incidents because people were injured, and it's not typically something that had been documented a lot with these abduction cases, and that led some people to think that potentially, well, who was really behind doing this to them? Was this some kind of government group that was doing this, or did access to alien technology? And who knows? But that's a crazy story. That is undoubtedly what he's referencing, but it was not a massacre. But it's one of the only incidents that we have where people were injured. Recently, people have tried to draw parallels because Diana Pasolka had brought up Francis of Assisi, who had this encounter with some divine being, some angel, and they burned his hands with this beam. And in the Coloras incident, people had burns on their chest and back, and I think there were, if I remember correctly from that incident, encounters with strange entities as well. Kind of not too dissimilar from the kinds of entities that were described recently, like the face rippers. And anyway, yeah, that's not quite
in Mexico. That period of time was like very active with this kind of stuff.
Well, because same year we have Varginha, Brazil. James Fox's big case, right?
Yep.
And I guess he's doing a lot more work on that. He just talked to, I think it was Chris Ramsey or somebody, that he's got more information coming out about that. So that'll be pretty darn interesting. In 1978 in Bolivia, there was a case of almost like a tic tac, like a cylindrical shaped object crashing into the mountains of Bolivia. a U.S. Air
this is a different
Force
one.
team called Moondust, Project Moondust, was dispatched to kind of investigate that region. And I'm trying to think what else. In Mexico, kind of like what you're talking about, in 1974 in Mexico, there's a pretty famous kind of underrepresented crash retrieval case called Coyame, Mexico, northern Mexico, of a crash saucer that a Mexican retrieval team went to go get, but there was some sort of toxic or biological hazard in the craft that killed the entire Mexican recovery team.
Jesus.
And then, of course, the Americans and their CH-53 Chinooks swooped in and took the craft. However, there's, of course, an argument you can make that probably maybe our guys, the Americans, took them out. But there's a South America and Central America, a ton of crash retrieval stories.
Right.
And a lot of
Crazy
Marine
stuff.
crash retrieval stories. You have Jonathan Wygant, you have like the testimony of Michael Herrera, and there are some other whistleblowers who aren't public who have talked about seeing such teams in the continental United States, these black teams with craft. So it's really interesting. And then kind of rounding out the Wygant story, he was then on the 47 taken to an unknown base, into an underground section of a base where he was held for 2 days.
And why was he the only one that was taken out of there?
That's a great question. My guess is because he was contaminated with the liquid. Atkins and Allen did
Convenient.
not get covered in the liquid. But the weird thing is Wygant didn't have any like medical tests, right? Because I've hypothesized he was taken to the NAMRU Navy Medical Research Unit 6 in Iquitos, Peru. But it's not like he was subjected to blood drawn, all that stuff. The one weird thing is he was forced to take an anthrax booster right after that. Which Michael Herrera also had to take an anthrax booster after that.
An anthrax booster?
Yeah, and another Marine also had to take
like a
an
vaccine,
anthrax
you mean.
booster in
Okay.
97, which is weird that there's a lot of anthrax boosters right after crash retrieval
I'm
encounters.
not familiar with
But
that.
I think that's why he's separated. So he doesn't know what happened to Atkins or Allen at this point. But in
He still hasn't talking to them since?
no, he doesn't like them. They don't like him.
Oh, wow.
Part of what's a little weird about this case is one of those two, Atkins or Allen, I reached out to both. One of them got back to me and I emailed them just cordially saying like, hey, I'd like to talk to you about your time in Laser Strike, specifically 1997 and possibly anomalous crashed aircraft. And I send emails out from my UAP GERB email. It doesn't have my information,
Right.
none of that. So I email one of them and they respond, hello, my full name. Which is, of course, like a bully intimidation tactic. And the guy just tried to call Jonathan
Interesting.
crazy, tried to downplay him. But, you know, he did say my full name when I had never given out my information before to him.
Interesting,
Nor since, nor on my channel.
Has Jonathan, did he tell you
Gee.
about like ever being like,
Gerby, my boy, careful now. That's a little bit sketchy. See, sometimes this is the wrong hobby to fuck around in, honestly, sometimes. Right? That probably kept him up for a couple nights, I'd imagine. He's probably just trying to play it cool here right now, but that would probably have it kept him up. Where they're keeping tabs on him, they're watching him, they're watching what he's saying, they're watching who he's talking to, they're watching how he's talking about it. I just saw a Twitter post actually. It was yesterday. I saw it again just before I was going to go live, but it was about. It was on Reddit too, actually. But it was about UFO witnesses in the past who tried to come forward and were killed. And these aren't accounts that the general public are familiar with, but that people maybe within the government were aware of, that there were whistleblowers that possibly had come forward in the past to people in Congress. They had planned to come forward publicly, but they were killed before they had a chance to, right? And effectively what had happened would be that, they talk to somebody within the government, someone with the government says something to somebody else, that gets to somebody else and then goes and organizes a hit team to get rid of this person because they're a risk for national security, right? And that maybe this has happened and there's going to be work done into looking into, and it was Jeremy Corbell who I think had said it a couple days ago, but that he was aware of these kinds of incidents occurring, that there were whistleblowers who had been killed over the years. And I mean, you know, honestly, we were just talking about this recently, as much as Phil Schneider's story has like a million fucking holes in it, right? Like Swiss cheese. Again, maybe he was a geologist, but maybe not everything he said was true. But the problem is if you get close enough and you've got some credentials, that might be enough for somebody to just say, shut the fuck up. And if you don't, and you become a threat to national security, you're a liability. I mean, we'll get rid of you. There's tons of military industrial complex is a dark thing, man. And there's some people that, don't take it seriously enough. And I don't blame them because many of us don't live in that world. We live in la la land. We have all of these other services that kind of cordon us off away from the harshness of reality and nature and death and violence. But that's out there, and that industry thrives in death and violence. That's literally how they make their fucking money. So they don't have a problem shutting somebody the fuck up, right? Wrap their catheter around your neck, say, see you later, or your own catheter in Phil's case, unfortunately. But anyway.
Contacted by anyone from the government or intimidated and tried to shut them up, people trying to shut him up.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason he went to Greer.
At True Classic, it's not just about fit and fabric.
Brother,
it's about helping everyday guys
brother.
show up with purpose and confidence.
Fuck about your t-shirts.
And these nest teams. So these nest teams are part of the Department of Energy, and it's basically like they bring in all of the top tier special operators.
Not quite. And
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have specified that more. It's more of a science and technology team.
Okay.
They just deal with the science. They deal with setting up a site, neutralizing signatures, debriefing, containment, all that stuff. But the interesting thing about NEST is, of course, it is a DOE department, but it operates out of contractors. Contractors including Raytheon, Lawrence Livermore National Labs, Sandia National Labs, and EG&G. EG&G, of course, is the infamous company Bob Lazar said hired him to work at Area 51 S4 to reverse engineer propulsion devices on the sports model.
Yeah.
This is good.
I know you cover it deeply in your
This motherfucker. I remember when I saw UAP Gerb's room at the end of his video, he does these little one-on-one talks. And I saw a signed, I believe that's a signed copy of Bob Lazar's sketch of the sports model. So I'd imagine he's all on board with Bob's story, as many other UFO kids, I'm sure, which he was as well, was. I mean, many millennials that grew up in this, grew up watching Bob Lazar on TV. He was like the guy, right? That you grew
video,
up
but
to.
after they extracted him out, does he or does anyone else have any idea what happened to that craft or what they could have done with it?
No. And that Jonathan and I talked about that. I mean, that thing was pretty large. And if it was stuck in granite, how the heck was that thing taken out, right? Like there were CH-47s on the ground. The team would have had to extract this thing from a granite cliff face almost.
And how does something get lodged in granite? You would think that that would mean it's harder than granite.
Right.
If it went through the granite, what kind of material is harder than granite?
Some sort of meta material, maybe like a shield around it. Maybe that translucent mother of pearl effect was some sort of shield-like material. And why did it crash? I know you and Jesse talked a little bit about why UFOs crash.
It's literally
Jonathan
it. I think that's a
hypothesizes
good
that this
comparison,
was
brother.
shot down from a Hawk MIM-23 or similar missile system. And I know, how our highly advanced non-human craft shot down, right?
Right.
It seems a little bit silly a ballistic missile could take down a spacecraft like that.
Well, yeah, the ballistic missile took down the craft, and then the craft proceeded to fly directly into a granite cliff face. I mean, that would probably imply that, yeah, it's borderline almost impenetrable, that it didn't crumple into like a literal pancake when it hit the granite. So then how did the missile have an effect? I mean, obviously the missile has a lot of explosive power, but you'd have to try and reckon with that one. Like, how does that make sense, I guess? Right? I mean, maybe just it's the right amount of force in the right place, just took the back end of it out, and they just ended up careening into the cliff face. But you'd have to look deeper into that. Like that, does this story add up, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's some truth to that. There's some other cases we can talk about shoot downs, as well as the Strategic Defense Initiative under Reagan, which there's a lot of really interesting ties that there were some backdoor programs for some space-based shoot down weapons of UFOs. But what Weygand thinks here is this was a Hawk MIM-23 airburst system that just exploded near the target, and some of the fragging just took it out.
Oh, like a shotgun blast missile kind
but
of.
that's what he thinks, right? He doesn't have any sort of confirming evidence for that. It's just speculation on his part.
Yeah. And then when he claimed in 2000 that they were like telepathically communicating with him. That's wild.
But what's interesting too, he talked about like a 3-4 fingered arm hanging out the craft.
Right, yeah.
Greer edited that out of Weygand's interview.
Why do you think that is?
I have no idea, because Greer likes to speak about kind of love and light communication, and these beings were very friendly to Jonathan, asking for help, saying everything's going to be okay. So I don't know. In that same interview, Greer also cut out
everything's going to be okay. You guys are stuck in the side of a fucking mountain, leaking goop all over the place. Like, we're like, well, everything's gonna be okay. No, you guys are fucked. Like, that's what I would have said back to them. Is you guys are clearly pretty fucked right here. You think we're gonna pick you up? Everything's gonna be okay? Holy shit! Fuck no, man. If I saw other people coming, I'd be knowing what I know, I guess, about the human race. But if they're telepathic, I imagine they know a fair amount. That's some balls.
James Fox asking Jonathan questions. Now, why was that? I don't know. I don't know why Greer would cut it out, but
maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he thought like the descriptions of fingers and like some weird alien arm hanging out would make it more unbelievable, and he wanted to kind of like leave the stuff in there that was more plausible.
Yeah. But with the stories of crash retrieval, there's always the baggage of biologics.
Yeah.
Right. In so many cases with crash retrievals, there's stories of biologics. And I think that for a lot of people is a big stretch to kind of wrap their head around. Because it's one thing to think that non-human spacecraft, maybe from another planet, maybe from a different existence, maybe future humans like Dr. Mike Masters likes to kind of hypothesize on is crashing here. Whole nother subject to think that there are beings in here and what those could be, their possible morphologies and so forth.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the story of Annie Jacobson's description of Area 51.
Yeah,
I actually talked to from EG&G. What do you make of that?
So George Knapp, I'm trying to think about that guy's name. It's slipping me right now.
She only released it like last year, I think, after she dropped her book. She kept it secret in the book,
right?
But she released his name because I think he's dead now.
Yes.
Who?
So I'm trying to think.
Dennis Mariani?
I'm trying to think what the name is, but this was a source of George Knapp's 10, 20 years before that. The guy who worked at EG&G at Area 51, head of special projects.
Okay.
This guy told George Knapp, and you can look at it in a weaponized interview with him and Jeremy Corbell. I'll send you the link.
I remember seeing this.
He said that director of special programs at EG&G told George Knapp that there were beans and craft held at Area 51 and told Annie Jacobson something completely different.
Why would he do that?
Dennis Mariani was the guy who effectively was Bob Lazar's boss. I know that's who they're referring to, but I don't know if he was at EG&G. Maybe technically he would have been stationed there, but he was the guy, and he was a real guy. So there are people out of Bob's story that line up. Like, he was a real person. They've tracked him down, actually. He may have been alive at that time. I think he is dead now. But, yeah. So they were obviously worried about nuclear contamination being the DOE. No, but that makes sense here. And yeah, I guess they didn't know back then that propulsion of alien craft wasn't nuclear. Anyone in the vicinity would have been heavily irradiated if exposed to crashed nuclear engine. I guess that's why they only spent a couple of days before being released from medical. Okay, interesting. Yeah,
that's strange.
Isn't that intriguing?
Because Annie's description is it's so detailed because she's with the family and him, and apparently he told his family this for the first time, and they were like really upset about it. Like, how do you make that? I mean, yeah, I don't know what to think about that. Especially because in that weaponized interview, George Knapp was a little bit hot under the collar because he said like, "Hey, I'm trying to remember this guy's name."
Oh my heaven,
Steve, maybe you could find it.
He says that this EG&G,
Annie, just type in Annie Jacobson EG&G source. Yeah, basically what this guy told Annie, and this was way after he talked to George Knapp, obviously. Or was it? Because
it was like 10 years after.
It was 10 years after. Okay. Basically, what he told Annie is that it was a Russian drone that was flown here by
disfigured people, right?
By disfigured people, by Mengele, the Nazi guy,
right.
Disfigured children, basically, to make them look like aliens, and they crashed. It crashed, whether on purpose or not, and he was like, "Well, why wouldn't you expose
Alfred
this?"
O'Donnell? That's Alfred O'Donnell.
Oh, this different guy.
So she asked him. She goes, "Well, that's fucked up. Why would the U.S. government keep this secret? Because this makes the Soviets or Russia look terrible." And he said the reason they didn't expose it is because EG&G started doing the same exact thing with children.
See, that's interesting that's said because,
and she said his whole family was there, listening to this, and they were like, "Why did you keep this from us? That's just terrible."
That's also something that was parroted by Rick Doty. Air Force.
He said the same thing?
OSI officer, and Greer's, I think it was his 2017 documentary, Unacknowledged. That was the first time I ever heard of Roswell specifically being like disfigured people sent from Russia, which I don't know. It's interesting that Alfred O'Donnell on one hand told...
man, get the fuck out of here with that. There's no fucking way. No. Like, talk about like disinformation slop. come on. I don't fucking think so.
Told George Knapp that there are non-human beings and craft under Area 51, and told Annie Jacobsen that this was a Russian experiment.
Yeah, I'm just kind of going through this interview, guys. This UAP Gerb guy who I follow had a conversation with Danny Jones. I thought I'd just kind of go through this a little bit and see what he had to say. I heard it was a decent conversation. As he tends to have good conversation, he's a very, very good content creator, very, very knowledgeable guy.
Regardless of outside Annie Jacobsen and George Knapp, there's plenty about Area 51 specifically, and of course EG&G, that's well worth investigation, and as well as that kind of dives into the subject of contractors with UFO technology, UFO materials, UFO bodies. It's a pretty deep rabbit hole that there's a lot to outside of just Albert O'Donnell, because that's so weird. He tells Knapp one thing and Jacobsen another.
Yeah, it is weird, and it makes me
because it's bullshit.
It makes me wonder if what he told Annie was more closer to the truth, because he was older, a lot older, closer to his death, and his family was there, and he told his family, and they were visibly upset, according to Annie. Unless Annie's making it up, which I doubt she is.
I doubt she is either. Annie seems pretty respectable. I know she disagrees a lot with some of the more UFO stuff, but doesn't she also? She also is a proprietor that Area 51 S4 is real, right?
Yes.
Like I think she's put forward a badge of somebody who worked at Site 4.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I think I remember this girl briefly. I mean, is this another one of like my daddy was famous people that came out and, you know, God, I think I remember her now. Oh, my daddy didn't think that. I was like, your daddy may have fed you hot horse shit. And just because you believed it doesn't mean that, you know, doesn't mean it's true, right? This sounds like nonsense.
And of course, Site 4 is what Bob Lazar said he worked at the sports model for.
Yeah.
S4 is really interesting. It's like the auxiliary site below Groom Lake. It's just south of Groom Lake, Area 51. And then you have Tonopah just northwest.
So I'm just reading through the...
Yeah, the S4 stuff is crazy, man. I don't know. I don't remember if she talked about S4 in the Area 51 book or not, but it's really interesting, some of the stuff that they were doing at Area 51 right after World War II. And
it's not because what Dad did today. He probed the aliens instead of getting probed by the aliens. That's a nice mix up. That's a nice little change of scenery. God damn. What else are we talking about here? Okay, all right. Well, it's a slop. NRL signing underwater anything crap. Here, this is one of the things that's interesting.
Yeah, I wonder how many more stories there are like that of retrieving stuff under the oceans, you know, because you don't really hear about that kind of stuff.
No, there's 1967 Shag Harbor, of course, which occurred in Canada. But here's a real treat. In 1972, there was an encounter of a man who worked as a gunnery instructor at Great Lakes Naval Station near Chicago. This guy, I think he went by the pseudonym RK, related his story to Leonard Stringfield. Leonard Stringfield is one of the greatest UFO crash retrieval investigators of all time, wrote status reports 1 through 7 on UFO crash retrievals. RK claimed that in 72 at the Great Lakes Naval Station in Chicago, he was tasked to kind of deliver orders, deliver a message to, you know, a commanding officer. So as he goes to deliver to the commanding officer, he passes into a Quonset style hut on the premises. And in there is a large metallic teardrop shaped craft. No visible means of propulsion. Looks like a teardrop, looks like a perfect mix between a teardrop and an egg. Very smooth, one color, and so forth. But here's what's interesting. He then meets a guy that was stationed in San Diego in the Navy. And this Navy guy said that he knew about that craft that was brought down, and that it was brought down by a naval destroyer and recovered by the Glomar Explorer north of Hawaii in 1972.
Wow. I think we've explored more of the moon than we have of our own ocean floors. It's crazy. And if you look at, we were talking about this with Richard Dolan too, like you can literally turn the globe. If you look at the Pacific Ocean, you can see there's a no fucking land.
Yeah.
It covers up more.
It's huge.
It's like a massive amount of this earth is ocean.
So what's interesting about the creation of Neuro, the Deep Submergent Systems Project and all this in 1964, it seems like Sand Dollar had existed previously with an itemized inventory of everything that existed on the seafloor of national security interest. But until Craven created the DSSP following Sand Dollar, and then Neuro was created, there was no way the Navy could retrieve these items. So it seemed like the U.S. Navy had a large itemized inventory of all of these objects on the seafloor. But until Craven drastically increased the depths at which the Navy could conduct engineering operations and retrieval operations, those just sat there.
Now, what do you know about that base in the Bahamas that Jesse was talking about?
Oh, Altec?
Altec, yeah. Is that thing still operational? Are they still doing work there?
I'm not sure actually, but that brings up the point of like underwater bases, right?
Yeah.
There's a great author. His name's Richard Sauter. He has a book called Underground and Undersea Bases, where he talks about possible undersea bases worldwide, which is really interesting. And of course, it's very likely that there are like undersea neuro bases for submarine refueling and such. But the concept of undersea bases is interesting because already underground bases is incredibly intriguing.
Right. The question about undersea bases is
there's a place, I forget what it's called. It is one of the islands where people thought that potentially MH370 may have landed at, but that and I think it may have been Gerb. There was somebody else who did a deep dive on this, that it may even have an underground, but technically, because of where it's located, undersea base at it. And when you look at it in Google Earth, what's it called again? I can probably look it up. It's called Santiago or something Island. MH370 Island. Santiago. Oh, that's it there. Diego Garcia is what it's called here. Diego Garcia, British Indian Ocean Territory island hosting a major United States naval support facility. Yeah. Diego Garcia right here. If you go here, Google Earth. Where's Diego Garcia? I just kind of want to see it again myself. But that it has been... is it here? Is this the airport here? Yes, right here. I believe this is the site. Sunset View Park. Oh, there's someone's property here even. I think it's this island that people think it may actually be have some underground component to it. But I thought it was further down here. Fuck, man, there's so much. It's crazy when you think like how much of the globe is now occupied with our civilization. You think like, oh yeah, we're a global civilization, and we really are. Like, you go out to any of these fucking port, man, her looks a whole goddamn city here. Look at this. Look at this. Look how many people are living on this where the fuck is this even? They're in the middle of fucking nowhere, man. Like, what is this? Like, here's another island here. There's clearly nobody living there. Just like a giant sandbar. But you probably find some guy living here. Shacked up by himself. But man, God, it's hard to comprehend, really. 8 billion people, right? Yeah. Watch the movie The Abyss and it'll all become clear. I haven't seen that one, Aaron. Yeah. There's also a testing site for nukes on the classified weapons. Was it really, Aaron? Okay, yeah. Well, this hole in the Pacific, there were tons of areas out here, especially over in this area, I believe, right? Like right here, there were tons in the Indian Ocean, I guess, but tons of sites over here as well, tons of little island chains, right? Like, look at this, like just in the middle of literally fucking nowhere. There's another island there. There's a lot of civilization there. There is an airport, though. There's a hospital. Holy shit, look. People, that looks like, those don't look very elaborate. Those kind of look like literal shacks here, actually. Oh, shit. What is there a fucking, just Street View here or no? No, the Google car, no Street View available here. The Google car hasn't gone through here. No street data. Yeah, but it's just crazy. It's hard to understand. You'd love to live there. Man, yeah, it's absolutely insane. What always got me is the Azores island chain too. And I just watched a documentary on this on Google not that long ago. But like, this is a proper civilization here. Like, there's tons of people that live here. It's a very popular tourist destination, all of these different islands. But there's tons of people that live on these islands. Like, look at all the farmland. It's all literally like farmland. It's just a giant farm. But there's tons of people that live here. It's like, what? What the hell? Just in the middle of the fucking ocean? Like, crazy, man. And that's, we talk about ancient lost civilizations. I don't think anybody's saying that we ever had a civilization that was to our degree, unless, well, there were some cataclysms over the last 100 million years that could have wiped everybody out. But I mean, we're on another level now, obviously. Yeah. Must be like paradise there. Supposedly, man, it's very windy, they said, because of where it's located. Like the currents that go over there, it's super fucking windy. So I would love to visit. The airline that runs into there uses all these Atlantis memes. So welcome back to the home of Atlantis, right? Because this is supposedly, this is a lot of scholars. If they were to bet where Atlantis would be, it's right here, or where it was. So these islands are the remnants of Atlantis. And look at this place. Look at this one too, huh? Just, you know, it's interesting when you really think about that, though. It looks pretty lush area. Like it was once a volcanic site. So like it's just all a giant farm. Like the entire, all of these terrain, it's just all farmland. I mean, you know, when the sea level was lower, maybe dramatically lower, because maybe the whole area sunk, you could see how this could potentially have been a lush area for people to live. It is now. Google needs to hire us to go to these islands and map them on dirt bikes. Fuck ever. Give us a couple KTMs, brother. Yeah, a couple adventure bikes, and I'd be down for that. Just a plane and a couple KTMs. Yeah. Those islands are larger than you think. Well, yeah, they are great. Yeah, they're huge. Well, these ones especially, I had no idea how big they are. I think this is the main one here. I think. Yes, it's got the mountain on it. Yeah, got the giant dormant volcano on it. I think this is the main one here, the main island. But it's beautiful. It's stunning. It's just, yeah, there's like wind warnings because of, you know, where it's located. You can't even go outside. It's so windy, I guess. Yeah, because it's Atlantis and it's prime real estate. Some of those beaches, man, that'd be crazy. Yeah, be fun into tsunami season. Well, if there was ever a giant tsunami in the Atlantic again, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in those islands. Yeah. Want to take a vacation there for science and go along doing Atlantis streams looking for artifacts. Probably that'd be my fucking dream. If only we could get this fucking stream blowing up. I would love to take everybody there. Go for a little journey in the Azores. Yeah. It's literally the top of the subducted continent. Yeah, it used to be giant mountains. Maybe, man. That's the thing, right? Like, well, you can look at you can't really see it, yeah, from the side, but I know Randall Carlson had pointed to a paper years ago that had talked about this site, but obviously tons of people have been obsessed about it for centuries now, actually, ever since we got a hold of Plato's writings, that this was maybe the site of this lost civilization, and that it's in a triple plate junction too, which is particularly precarious, where you've got the joining of three plates. You get the African, you get the North American plate, and you get the European plate, and they all meet. You can see, it's kind of cool. You can even literally see where it runs along, right? Like you can see the divide, although they do mark it off somewhat as well. But you can literally see the divide here where the plates can join. Like it's literally it right there, right? And so it's a precarious spot. And what people thought like might have happened was, because these three plates are joining together kind of like this, that like it was at one point, potentially it was kind of like this, right? If I recall correctly from the description of the paper. So it was like this, right? Pushed together. And then maybe at one point what happened was there was shifting and it kind of went down like this. So this whole area was conjoined and like thrust up here. And then what happened was it went down like this, or a portion of it went down. And it subducted down, and that subduction took however many hundreds of feet. Maybe it was more than that, but it was maybe a large swath of land too, that also went under. And you can kind of make out like where that might have been, but yeah, these are the literal mountain tops before that had happened, and that this would have happened many thousands of years ago at the end of the last ice age. And so after the Younger Dryas had happened, which would have started around 14,000 years ago, somewhere around 11,000-ish, 12,000, that maybe, and this is Randall's argument, that this isostatic depression, because of all the ice sitting on the continent here, when it started to melt, it relieved a lot of pressure, and then that may have allowed this plate to come down. And then subsequently, the people living here were drowned in a day and a night. Or maybe it was more than a night. Who knows? But yeah. Sinky land. Yeah, that's what it should be known as. The idea I came across was the entrance to Atlantis was west of the Pillars of Hercules, but the actual civilization was out there, and that Mu was a different continent they had in the Pacific. Yeah, Mu was a channeled work, I know, okay, that somebody had. I think it was borderline fiction. But that Mu was I forget who it was that it came up with Mu. Probably asked ChatGPT, but that it was a little bit more like woo-woo than Atlantis. Let me see. Oh, right. I no longer subscribe to ChatGPT. I cancel my subscription. Fuck, okay, so now we don't get 4.0 anymore. This is 4.0. Who came up with the continent Mu? What are the origins of it? Why did we get that back? James Churchward, a British-born inventor, engineer, amateur archaeologist, is the main figure responsible for popularizing the idea of the lost continent of Mu. He said he learned about Mu from ancient tablets in India. Is that it? Okay, people said he made it up. Shown to him by temple priests. Well, that's more interesting. Mu was a massive Pacific continent, home to an advanced civilization supposedly destroyed 12,000 plus years ago. His 1926 book, The Lost Continent of Mu, the Motherland of Man, launched the myth into popular culture. And no actual evidence supports Mu. It's pseudo-archaeology. Okay. It's lumped in with Atlantis. Well, I mean, Atlantis has actual documented memes about it from Plato. But yeah, I mean, you could see how there's like an archipelago of islands through here as well. Something happened in the Pacific. We don't know what, but like it's almost in line with the Pillars of Gibraltar. First place you visit in a boat. Yes, which is Heracles. That's what it was called in ancient times. Yeah. That's same meme. Yeah, Aaron, same deal. That was the old name for the Strait of Gibraltar, Pillars of Gibraltar, Strait of Gibraltar. Yeah, that's what it's known now. Yeah, yeah. It's just a name. Yeah, I got associated with it. It's not an actual. I don't know that its actual name was Mu. Yeah, there wasn't ever another continent out there that collapsed around the same time though. There would have been a lot, man. It wouldn't surprise me, right? Like even India. A lot of this land here is inundated around India, right? But this wouldn't have been inundated here at before the Ice Age. So all this land off here, off this continental shelf that dips off into the deeper water, all of this, I believe, was above water. And so, like Graham Hancock, somebody who has dived himself with his wife and his friends, they've dove all over these areas. And nobody in archaeology has gone and done any of this work really. But there's a famous city out of one of the Indian creation texts that I believe they have done a bit of work here. When it was in the Bay, I don't remember where it was located, but that they think that they found it, and it goes back like 12,000 years. Like these cities would have existed 12,000+ years ago, and they have them in writing. So that's another testament to like how long some people in India, the culture has been around for. But that there could be tons of, I mean, look how much land that is. It's insane. I mean, that's like almost another continent in and of itself worth of land. And it goes all through here. Like all of this, I think a lot of this, how some of this water is deeper than 400 feet, but there's a lot of it that actually isn't. And so, you know, I don't think the entirety of this area wouldn't be above water, but a large portion of it. And so there's another like continent here that literally sank during the Ice Age. So you think of Mu, it's like, fuck, I mean, a lot of this, not all of it, but a good portion of it. Yeah. Which is crazy. Yeah. Dwarka, I know a guy who claims he's found a death. Sorry, yes. Is that what it's referred to as? Yeah, well, there's a legitimate connection between one of these recovered cities. The problem is people just haven't had the money and the resources to properly go underwater and do all the work that needs to be done. There's tons of areas. There's tons of ruins underneath the water here. So, again, some of the hubris of people that just hand wave this stuff. It's like, no. What they do know is that the ancient Egypt had a vassal corporation with their remnants. So my guess is they probably owned that land as well at the time the Sahara would have had shit tons of land and water too. Maybe, man. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. But anyway, it's, crazy shit. Yeah. From some maps, you can see the underwater locations that match some descriptions. That was the Paris map, I know, Death is one that Graham had pointed to. He's talked about that for years, and he brought it up in his Ancient Apocalypse episode that is on Netflix, which is a good watch. I like the first one way more than the second one. They like advertised with Keanu. I was like, okay. And then it was really only like just a couple short conversations with Keanu. I was like, okay. Anyway, I'm sure that helped the optics to sell the show, but and Perry Reese's map, it shows Antarctica. And I think does it show it before it's frozen? I can't remember. Or no, it showed it at an earlier time when I think there was more ice, potentially. And no one had discovered the Antarctica until much later. And the Perry Reese map is supposedly based on a collection of older maps, which were from an earlier date. So essentially what it implies, what Graham tried to argue potentially, is it implies that there was a group of people who had mapped the planet a long time ago. And those maps were kept in secret. And then some of these other more recent maps, like the Perry Reese map, were based off of these older source maps. So these relics have existed in different cultures in their libraries from this older culture. And that's how you end up with anomalies like the Perry Reese map. Some people say it's just nonsense, coincidence, but I don't know. I don't know what to think, honestly. I mean, I would definitely lean towards potentially there was an older root culture too. I mean, I'm not an expert by any means on any of this, but even the amount of time I've spent looking into it, it appears to be fairly obvious to me. Like if I was placing a bet, I would be placing a bet that there was an older root civilization. We don't have a lot of information on them, but like there's enough to where you'd be like, oh, well, okay. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Even before the place adjusted, it was a floodplain in the last desert. Yeah. Reddit had a mini meltdown over Keanu being on that show. They had an irrational love affair with him, and he appeared on the Bad Racist Man Pseudoscience show. So what they were saying, Golf, isn't that, I can't wrap my head around that level of smooth. I mean, Graham is, no one has, clearly none of them have listened to anything he said or read any of his work. Right? He's never said anything remotely racist at all about anybody. But it's just, they're just conditioned. They can't critically think about things. Oh, fuck. Graham, who has gone and participated in tons of local shamanic rituals. The guy's done like ayahuasca, like 20 times or something. He's very humble when it comes to these local traditions and very respectful with all these different cultures and different ethnicities. That doesn't change the fact that it looks quite clearly like there's some kind of early influence on a lot of the early cultures. I don't get that argument from people. People don't like to think really hard. I wonder if Africa was oriented that way, the Nile runs backwards the way it should. And if you look at the Mediterranean Sea near Cyprus, the long stretch of land within a right angle, it looks unnatural to me. Up in here, you mean? Carved out, brother, by the giant wave that washed over northern Africa. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. You know, for so many Redditors being anti-capitalist, they sure don't hate on Keanu for selling like 30,000 bikes for 200,000 yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Listen, someone's got to pay for his motorcycle addiction, brother, right? It's the famous boy bike. It's not how much his bikes are actually worth. That's actually nuts that someone paid $200,000 for any motorcycle. Yeah. A great flood. Yeah, man. Whatever the fuck it was. I mean, we're still waiting on this one. I can't debate this, but I don't know if it looks anything like, I would say the only interesting part is when you come down in here where and the other interesting coincidence are the salt deposits. And then you would go, okay, well, we've got to try and explain that logically, right? Not kind of like how the Egyptologists explain areas of Egypt, but like actually logically, like how does this make sense, right? And if we don't have an explanation for it, then, well, maybe salt water did come over here. And if that makes people uncomfortable and they have to leave the room, then so be it. If they can't handle whatever the objective truth actually is, right? I mean, you got to explain that geophysically. I don't know how the Christ that you would, but listen, maybe things get way worse here. Periodically, maybe things get way worse. I mean, we don't know. We don't literally fucking look at Libya. It's just like, the hell? Why does this look like this? God damn. God, Jesus. Jesus. Yeah. Could be, or a pole ship more likely. That's what would have to be, Aaron. Yeah. There would be nothing that would cause that movement of water other than the poles rapidly shifting. There'd be no other explanation. Literally none. I know Zachariah Sitchin thought that there was a large displacement of the Antarctic ice sheet that essentially during some kind of geophysical event shifted off of the continent into the water, and it caused a gargantuan wave that essentially ripped up the Indian Ocean and then swamped the entirety of the Middle East. And that's what accounted for the Great Flood. I don't know how he got that. I think it was interpreting some early creation myths and stories out of Mesopotamia. With Sitchin, unfortunately, he doesn't put any citations for anything. So if it came to him in a dream, then you're just getting it's on the paper and this is his idea. It's like, okay, brother. I don't know. But whether there's anything to that or not, I don't know. And he thought that's why the Anunnaki had left ahead of time. And like in the story, I mean, that's not untrue, but because it's not Noah, it's Utnapishtim, who's a Sumerian, that had conferred with, I was either Enki or Enlil. I think it was one of the two, which was effectively God, the monotheistic God in the biblical story. But originally it was a polytheistic. It was the Anunnaki effectively who had, I believe it was them, or it was an intermediary between them who had reached out to Utnapishtim. But they had left ahead of this event, and they had kindly warned him because they liked him what was about to happen, and not anybody else. So everyone else died, which conveniently then got rid of the problem of the genetic mistake of the human race, right, for them. So, which is funny because that is kind of reiterated in the biblical story as well, right? Like there was like some kind of cleaning of the slate that happens, but it's the gods, not God. Yeah. Yeah. I think his base model starts at 90 and it's only like 550 or 600. Oh my God, man, that's fucking crazy. It is huge, man. Yeah. Why did it all turn to desert? It wasn't from the burning fossil fuel. No, man, no. Well, that's the meme, right? I mean, it was just, I think during the Ice Age, it was lush. This entire area that you see that's desert, almost the entirety of it was lush during the Ice Age. Just hard to fathom. So something happened. Something went wrong. And some people point to Egypt, right? There's these ECDO people, which is another guy I could try and get on the stream and have him maybe explain his points a little bit more smoothly for myself, so I could swallow it a little more easily. I keep choking on it. But it's a little bit. Anyway, I'll go back to what he's talking about here. That he points to Giza. He points to Giza being evidence for this inundation potentially. That he thinks that the pyramid complex, oh, for fuck's sake, it's out. Where the fuck? I always have a hard time fucking finding them on here. Great Pyramid, for Christ's sake. There they are. All right, there you go. If you look at the pyramid, which we can because we can zoom in, which is actually, this is Khufu's, I think. But and it's not, we're working on it. We haven't quite got her down pat yet there, Google Earth. That's not quite a proper pyramid. That's like, it's all melted to shit. But if you look at the side of it, here's a really good example right here. We can actually zoom right in and see his argument. His argument is that this is not from people stealing the cover stone over the pyramid. This is evidence that, here's a better shot of it here. He looked at this and he's arguing in his papers, and so is his team, that this is evidence of erosion by water, by salt water specifically, that waves were lapping up against the outside of the pyramid, and that is what removed the bulk of the outside stone from the pyramid, which is pretty out there. There's not a lot of evidence here in the Great Pyramid, but on Khufu's you can still see the capstone. What's left? Well, the cap's gone, but the top of the outer layer at least. And so obviously, if that's the case, you have a lot of water that comes through here, like an unimaginable amount of water that was sustained over this area for a long period of time, or it was a cataclysmic flood that had an unbelievable amount of energy behind it. And that's what's ultimately led to all of this. It wasn't just the wind. And that maybe that even accounts for the Sphinx's erosion too. Like it wasn't necessarily that it was sustaining rainfall for thousands of years. It was underwater for like a couple years. And that's what they're trying to argue, is that the entirety of this area and possibly Northern Africa was subject to this cataclysm. That's a hell of a, it's a hell of an argument. So stupid people get mad at Carlson because they're too dumb to understand and take non-understanding of observational data being presented as personal attack. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah. Before whatever plate shifted that caused the wave and Atlantis systems to collapse, the water levels across the Sahara naturally rose to marshy swamp levels in the regular because of elevated flood table. Yes, it did. Yes, yeah. After that shifted, the water had more access to situation, the coast into the rivers. So instead of getting floodplain, the soil got burnt shit by the sun and wind. Imagine what this place would have looked like back in the day. A bright white pyramid with a gleaming cap. Oh, crazy. I'm looking insane. Yeah. It's what salt water does to green stuff. That's his argument. I don't know. Yeah, how true it is. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like that's a hell of a meme. I mean, there would really be nothing else that would cause that kind of flooding aside from a catastrophic shifting of the... And it doesn't... Not all of it makes sense, right? Like there's... If you were to argue against... This is Charles Hapgood's theory about pole shifts. So obviously, everyone here probably knows this anyway, but you've got like the physical pole, right? The physical North Pole, like where the fuck is it, North Canada right now? Like here, somewhere like here. And then you've got the magnetic pole. And what they claim, this guy's theory on Twitter, he's, it's not just some complete schizo theory. It's fairly well fleshed out. That periodically the magnetic poles go down, and this is all due to stuff going on internally in the planet's core. And the magnetic pole is simply a symptom of the core moving and roiling. And that what happens is once the magnetic core goes down, there's some kind of spiraling of events that ends up leading to an abrupt shifting of the internal core of the Earth, and then that causes instability on the crust. And that instability in the crust then moves the physical North Pole and South Pole around. And that's kind of like your Hapgood-esque meme to account for these devastations, I guess. Now, how periodically this doesn't happen, I don't know if they have that down. They don't really, like what causes the core to become unstable, they don't know. They just are saying it's happening now, which, interesting. Anyway. Hapgood's one of the problems with that, I would argue, especially if it depending upon the periodicity of it, if it were to happen every 3,600 years, like some Nibiru people like to argue, there are some, equatorial markers in megalithic constructions that I don't think would work anymore, actually, if you had physical pole shifts moving the physical pole around every 3,600 years. There would be some issues, I believe. I believe there'd be issues. There's other alignments, although they have shifted, but some alignments with other megalithic sites to celestial markers as well. And you wouldn't find any of that consistency, I would imagine, but maybe maybe I'm just too stupid. And I've heard someone try to argue that before too, though. So, yeah. That's also where the local lore comes from in African stories, with the amount of oases receding. Okay, interesting. You combine the saltwater over Africa with a pole shift, and you have Antarctica and Africa sussed out. They're both in the wrong place, in your opinion. I mean, well, who knows when that would have happened? I don't know whether they have a date on that. I mean, they can go look at the salt deposits around the area, and Mauritania is really where you see it, right? And Jimmy from Bright Insight is who started this initially, because you've got the Richat structure here, which he thought maybe was some remnant of Atlantis, but is clearly a remnant of something, an old volcano. But it's the surrounding area that's interesting, where whether it's by wind or it's by water, is the new argument that's taking place. Maybe it was by water, I don't know, but anyway. It's an ongoing debate. That so much water moved, I would think mass desertification would result from changing ocean currents, atmospheric events, or whatever a pole shift might do. Is there even enough water for it to wash over Africa like that, the guy thinks? That's a good question. I mean, listen, yeah, man, I'm kind of in the same boat. I mean, I have a hard time imagining how that would even fucking happen. I don't know. I mean, there isn't enough water in the Mediterranean, I don't think, to cause something like that. I would imagine there isn't. Just logically looking at it, I don't think there would be. But it does feed out into the sea, so maybe it did empty all over Africa, and then the water rushed back in through the Straits of Gibraltar back to refill the basin again. I don't know, but don't know. And who knows? I mean, maybe these are scars. Maybe these are scars everywhere that we see. And things looked very different, and we're very different in the past, and we have a hard time imagining what that could have looked like. I don't know. Yeah. It's obviously fantastical. Yeah. Another thing to remember is that land is also different from black dirt soil, and in the U.S. with clay and loamy, heavily peated European ground. That area was still mostly sand desert, but had enough water to sustain growth. Yeah. Could a flood have washed away a lot of the topsoil? Okay, interesting. A good example would be if the Midwest went through the same shit, it wouldn't turn into sand. It would turn into crag rock like Montana without forests. Interesting. The size of tsunami from propulsion would watch over everything. Yeah. We've heard the ideas of how it could play out. Well, yeah, we have. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of different ways. I mean, there was clearly, and this is where the debate would be still, which is another point that Graham got kind of lambasted on, and drugged through the glass on, is the flood myths, right, from all these older cultures. And there's somebody who collected them. There's something like, I think, 11,000 flood myths from all these different cultures, which is, man, that's really hard to contemplate that there's that many. That's pretty insane. Right? Like that's almost every single ancient culture, by the way, had a flood myth. And some of those cultures were inland. So like, how bad was it? You start asking yourself that question, right? Which is what Graham started to do. Like, we don't know. We really don't know, I don't think. Yeah. The topsoil would have turned into sand as it broke apart due to weather stripping. Okay. Yeah. Even if there was some left to it would get swallowed by whatever the highest makeup of the ground is there. Interesting, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, it didn't hit Brazil, or, well, maybe at some point it did, though. I don't know. Again, after, not to this degree, but I think so far, I don't know what the consensus is as to how it became arid, the Northern African region. We just know that at one point it wasn't, and then it was. Whether it was due to shifting of other weather systems over it, right? That potentially something else happened geophysically that was not quite that extreme, but then stopped bringing rain. It stopped, right? Because obviously there hasn't been for a long time any water over this area, or at least substantial amounts. So how did it become arid? I mean, there's other explanations out there that don't involve that level of catastrophism. There are anomalies that are unaccounted for, though, right? But we got to think back too. How far back do we want to go? I mean, there's obviously over here. I mean, you go to the Southwest, like Nevada, for instance. This was all under the water. What was it, like 200 million years ago, something like that? This is all under the water. That's why it looks the way it does. We had a tour guide in Red Rock Canyon, which is somewhere around here. But the reason it looks the way it does is because it was all under fucking water at some point, essentially, is what had happened hundreds of millions of years ago. And so, obviously there's a lot that happens in between then and now, geologically. But, how did it get above water? What happened? I mean, we don't really know. There's a gradualist approach to things, which is a gradually, very slowly, a millimeter a year, it moved up. And when you add 200 million years on there, it moves up a lot. Or you take that with a pinch of catastrophism, which is kind of the modern stance some people have, that potentially there are events that occur that are devastating. And we don't really know what would facilitate them, though. It's the problem, right? Like, yeah. Soil morphology is a wild fucking rabbit hole. When the water shelf adjusted, it caused the immediate atmosphere to adapt, take away wind's access to fresh water. Well, there you go, man. There you go. And when you end up with this giant aquifer in the shelf, which is what happened there. Interesting, man. Yeah, that's really intriguing. Yeah, I mean, maybe that does it. This is the debate with people trying to figure all this out, right? And I don't know. The ancient stories are really fascinating. I definitely don't discount them personally. I think they're I think like Velikovsky thought they're very interesting. Same with Same with Sitchin, who's obviously more out there, but like Graham Hancock would be kind of more in line with Manny Velikovsky, where he too thinks that these ancient stories are valuable. It's just such it's so funny that he gets called a white supremacist. But I mean, the stance of almost all of the, not all, but a lot of the anthropologists and archaeologists that are critiquing him is that these are stories from primitive people who were stupid. It's effectively their argument. They're saying, well, we shouldn't take them too seriously because they worship the wind and they worship the water and they worship, like, you know, the snow god and all that shit, right? And so it's a little bit berating of them, honestly, that attitude. Graham simply was just taking them a bit more literally. But then he's called the white supremacist because in some of their stories, they speak of these wanderers who were involved with their early civilization, right? Like Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha in Mesoamerica, South America. And so anyway, yeah, he's my favorite white supremacist. Yeah, they did, man. They did have brain. They were deaf. I know, literally. They were completely. Go back 12,000 years. They were literally identical. There really was no difference whatsoever. So, yeah. They were 100% smarter than common man. If you weren't, you died in them days. Yeah, well, that'd be an argument too, man. Yeah, they had more common sense, maybe. Yeah, right. They weren't as dependent as many of us are on systems and grocery stores, and they had no choice but to be. Maybe they weren't as knowledgeable mathematics. I mean, there's some abstract levels of thinking that we're subjected to daily. They wouldn't have really been subjected to at all. There would have been really no need to, right? They would have been more focused on their immediate surroundings. But there's clearly the capability to. That's the other anomaly with like Göbekli Tepe, right? Which is that this site is very old, up to 14,000 years old. And when you look at some of the pillars, I mean, it looks like they were perfectly capable of this abstract kind of reasoning, and even very tuned in with astronomy and maybe even archaeoastronomy is one of the arguments too, that they were aware of cycles and they were following the stars, right? And they were absolutely not stupid. And then you go to Giza, they clearly were aware of some kind of advanced mathematics and constructing those things so perfectly, right? Like, yeah, there's always been brilliant people all throughout. Yeah, anatomically modern humans haven't increased in intelligence since the day we were engineered, but the Anunnaki, brother, fuck. However long ago that was, brother. Yeah. Well, I think anatomically correct people like Homo sapiens would go back to, I think it's like 200,000 to 300,000 years, but there's obviously blending between different human races that happened, and we were a little bit maybe more hunched over them, but like brain capacity was the same. Yeah. It's like the Amish versus inner city kids. Yeah. Mennonites can be backer, but if you ask a 12-year-old to blueprint a house, motherfucker's going geometry in his head. It's true though, man. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a different focus day to day, I guess. But yeah, where has this gotten us? I mean, listen, your 3-year-old can get on TikTok and find videos, but it's like, your 3-year-old can work your smart device, but how useful is that, honestly, at the end of the day? I don't know. I really don't know. Is it 450,000 years ago? Is it that far? I think it might be humans, like Homo sapiens, maybe. I know. Well, let's ask old dingus here. Not that I don't know what we're using now. I can't really trust it. How old are Homo sapiens? Oh, we got Lord of the Rings in the background here. Let's go back to Oblivion. There we go. Anatomically modern Homo sapiens, 300,000 years, supposedly, based on fossils from Jebel Arhoud, Morocco. That's pretty crazy. Behaviorally modern humans, symbolic thought, culture, tools, 50 to 100,000 years. Evidence from Africa, the Levant, and later Europe. Yeah, cave art. Yeah. Yeah, anatomically and behaviorally modern humans, not archaic hominins like Neanderthals. Yes, okay. So we could say between 300,000 to 100,000 years, probably. Yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah. Oh, so we're asking the GPT about Anunnaki human origins now. Well, here you go. There you go, brother. So the human race goes back obviously way farther, but what about, okay. So modern humans, 300K. So you could say maybe that would be when the Anunnaki finished the recipe. 300,000 years ago, they got done tweaking the fucking recipe. Yeah. Jebel Arhoud, 315,000, I guess technically. Genetic evidence, 300,000. Fully modern behavior, 100,000 to 50,000. Tie in the Anunnaki creation myth here. I spell it right. It's Anunnaki, I think is what it is. There you go. How far back? It was about 400,000 years that the Sumerian Kings list goes. Yeah. Ancient Sumerians wrote the Anunnaki sky gods, created humans as laborers. Yeah. Enuma Elish, Atrahish epic. Yeah. The Enuma Enlil Elish is another one. Anu something Elish is the other one. There's two of them. The gods grew tired of toiling, so Enki, god of wisdom, fashioned humans using clay, divine essence. Yeah. Blood of a slain god. Purpose-built slaves, particularly gold in later Sitchin-style retellings, not original text. I don't think that's correct. I'm pretty sure they were mining gold in the original retelling too. That's not true. Sitchin maybe more of an emphasis on it, but that's not true. I believe they absolutely were involved in mining gold in the original stories as well. Okay. The Anunnaki narrative is myth, not history. No evidence of aliens mining gold. Well, I mean, that's where you run into trouble here. So we think, I guess. Yeah. I was 50,000 years out, not a bad guess. Close, man. Yeah, close, yeah. But the myths do reflect early human grapplings with why we exist and who's in charge. So, again, the idea that it's just a narrative, the narrative is a myth, not history. We don't really know that. Now, we have not found any, at least. Me and you here, all of us have not found any evidence, but have governments found evidence? I don't know. Would they willingly share that with us if they did? Something tells me that they wouldn't, actually. Kind of like the Roswell incident. If they did find any evidence of any of this. Now, will we find it in the genetic record? I mean, I don't know if we're that advanced yet to know what to look for, from what I've been able to ascertain. So, is there evidence of aliens mining gold? We don't know about that. But do we know that was absolutely just a myth? The narrative. We don't know that yet. The only thing that's left out of this here, of course, which is this is the official interpretation, is that the Sumerians themselves and the Mesopotamians absolutely believed this was real history, not a myth. And you'd ask yourself, why is that? And then you'd probably go back to, oh, well, they were primitive people. It's like, well, yeah, but again, they weren't stupid. Lots of intelligence, especially to that culture. It's interesting that kind of the most particularly curated myths that we have pertaining to alien gods making us and, comes out of a very particular society, right? Like they were well ahead of everybody else around them, which is interesting. I mean, they were the foundation of civilization, really. So that we know of. So, I mean, should we just take that as just nonsensical myth? I mean, some of the stories are pretty fantastical, but anyway, depends how you want to look at it. You can just hand wave it away. Darwin's theory of evolution is completely correct for animal species on this planet. We are disputing that, only humans' origin. The missing link is real because it never existed. Maybe somebody did fill the hole, brother. Yeah, that's the thing. The Anunnaki filled it in us. Yeah. I'm going to cross-reference these myths of the creation story. So the other thing you could say would be like, how far back does the King's List go? I think it's 430,000 years. No, it's back farther than that. It lists 8 antediluvian pre-flood kings who reigned a combined total of 241,000 years. Thought it was 100K in total. It's something like that. Yeah. There are variants of the list with 10 kings and reign totals. Well, but there's only one list. In some copies, the antediluvian period totals 432,000 years. Yes. This comes from later Babylonian traditions, where 10 pre-flood kings ruled. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. The actual Sumerian kings list is only 230-some thousand. But it's the Babylonian add-on that puts it at 432. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's not random. It's 120 kings that reigned 3,600 years each. Yeah. Both are sacred numbers in Mesopotamia and Vedic cosmology. Also appears in Hindu yugas, Kali yugas, 432,000 years. Yeah, well, unsurprisingly, it's just a telephone game from this, probably. Right? Base 60 mass system, sexagesimal. Yeah, that's what it's called. Esoteric cosmology. Yeah. Interesting. What, isn't there something about 432 or 432? Isn't that like a frequency or something? Isn't 432 hertz something? Connect these dots, bud. I thought, isn't 432 hertz is like some kind of now we're cooking with esoteric petrol. Jesus Christ. Let's connect the weird, the ancient, mathematical. Okay, so yeah, Sumerian kings list, Berossus, Babylonian version 432, Kali Yuga is 432, full Mahayuga 4.3 million years, 32. Oh, that's interesting. That's strange. Shared sacred number across Mesopotamian Vedic systems. 432 hertz is the divine tuning frequency. Some claim 432 resonates better with nature, the cosmos, and human consciousness than standard 440. Yeah, I thought I heard that in guitar, turning your guitar down to 432 hertz. There was somebody that did that in the song. Suppose it benefits calmness, clarity, spiritual connection. It aligns better with this human resonance. Interesting. And with mathematical harmonies found in ancient structures. Wait, what? No historical proof Sumerians or Egyptians tuned to 432 hertz. 432 shows up a lot. I thought I heard of this. Wait, what? Hold on. 432 in ancient art. Great Pyramid's height is 43,200. What? Stonehenge's layout may contain ratios related to 432. Angkor Wat's design includes Yuga numbers. What? No, it's not. Is it? What? What? Oh, fucking Christ. We're getting into the numbers now. God damn it. True, 432 is the natural music tone adjusted to 440 hertz to standardize the tuning system, but moving us away from nature. The universal cosmic number, man. Earth's radius. So hold on. What is this? Is it actually 43,200 its height? Or just times 43,200? 432 is a multiplier. Okay. Echoes in Sumerian Babylonian myths, 12 plus hour. Harmonics in vibration theory. Okay. Times that amount. Okay, okay, sorry. I thought it was the actual height of it. So, okay, a second there. It's getting a little bit too spooky, honestly. Fuck. Not that it would particularly surprise me that maybe somebody was involved with the architect. Well, that's what it all points to. It's somebody. The architect of that site was someone who knew some shit, clearly. That we've since forgotten. So, okay. That's interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff, yeah. Also produces a feeling and different sound structure than 440, which is actually considered a dissonant tone. Is it really? Yeah. I've tuned my guitar to it a couple times, man. I mean, I actually personally, oh, my green screen's fucked up, I just saw myself. I actually kind of preferred it. I preferred the, some people like, it may have been a Led Zeppelin song, but not everybody goes into the recording studio and perfectly tunes the instrument all the time, right? Especially back in the day, people would show up and maybe the guitar player or the bass player would have tuned their instrument by ear, or they just liked the way it sounded in that moment, right? And it obviously would have been, the strings would have been in tune with one another, but the overall frequency may have been lower or higher, typically lower. And so when they recorded the song, it sounds off when you tune it to 440 and everything's perfectly in tune, because that's not the frequency that it's at, because they just went in and they just recorded it at whatever the fuck. And so you have to, sometimes you can drop it down to come into line with whatever they were playing on. So I just seen that green screen's all fucked, huh? Oh, God, I hate this green screen, man, so much. I hate it so fuck. I'm just going to get rid of it. Yeah, Terrence Howard was right all along. Oh, brother, fuck, you imagine? Old Terrence, fucking. Oh, God. That'd be a meme, wouldn't it? Yeah. Your inner ear, if you tune to be standard, will bring you closer to F or A432 than A440. Will it really? See, isn't that interesting though, man? That is real. That is kind of genuinely fascinating, right? And you find that number show up. Now, that's only in the Babylonian version. But then, now, like, obviously, Babylonia, that time period's closer with probably some of the Vedic texts. But then you find that reiterated again in the Kali Yuga and the Maha Yuga. That's very strange. It's very strange, isn't it? Yeah. Same kind of time period. Yeah, they ruled for 432,000 years. Just get some remote viewers on it. That's all you can do. Get some remote viewers on it and see what they pull up. I mean, that'd be just some fun woo-woo thing to do. You struggle with 432 as opposed to 440. It always sounds off to me, but I'm so used to listening to 440. I mean, I probably am too. I know I have played in 432 and recorded things in 432. I mean, it's obviously like the band wouldn't appreciate doing that. I know if you play people, but your music, you're saying, no, really? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. There's some songs that are, I know I can't recall of any at the moment, that are absolutely have been recorded around that frequency. Like they're lower. And it sounded good, right? I can't remember what it was. Again, probably Jimmy Page, like all fucking blown out on heroin, recording some of the later works. If it was like The Rover or something, or I can't remember what song it was. I know there's definitely a Led Zeppelin song that the guitar was recorded like down. So yeah. It also helps if you use a shitty system like Evertune. You'll always be either slightly sharp or flat in each register of 12, whether or not the intonation is perfect or not. Okay, interesting. I mean, usually, man, when I play, usually, like, sometimes I'll come back and I've been just tuning it by ear, and it's down to about there. It'd be around 432 probably. It's down that drop level, and I just tuned it. I just playing by ear. I just preferred it. I preferred it at that kind of frequency. So, not that it's exactly 432. It's just below 440. So, like, most of the time I end up playing, it isn't really at 440 anyway, unless I purposely go and work with a tuner. Yeah. There is a 432 version of In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins, and that's good enough for me. Is there actually fucking, is that true? Is it really? 432 In the Air Tonight. Phil Collins. Oh, they would have just moved it down. Or did he officially release it like this? Yeah, he just converted it. Sounds fuller. It's fun doing this. Yeah. Is that guitar in it originally? What? Okay. I haven't heard this song in a while. Fucking Christ. Wait, did he just do this himself? No. It does sound slightly different, yeah. It's much more prominent in high-end acoustics, and if you were to use electric guitar for both backline and lead. It does sound different though, doesn't it? Kind of caught me off guard in the start, actually. Well, we're gonna go to one part, obviously. And there's I got spiders all over the place here. Jesus. Poor guy. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit different, yeah. Anyway, that's probably all I can play of that. I'll probably get the audio muted already off that. Yeah. Old Phil coming after me here. That's like the only Phil Collins song I really like, if to be completely honest. It's Genesis, right? I said he was a part of it before his other band. Like, wasn't a huge Phil Collins guy. I love that's obviously a wicked song. Like, but fuck yeah. Holds the D bass all the way through. That's where the tension comes from. Is that what it is? Okay. I know my buddy, he's a really good drummer, and I always get him to play that. I always love the. I think everybody loves the drums there. From that. I guess, obviously Phil was like a really good drummer, but people don't really incorporate that into song structure enough. Like a nice drum hit like that. Like it's not something you hear a lot in popular, like in pop music. So I would always get him to do that. I'd be like, fuck yeah, do it for me. This big fucking like Neil Peart kit set up. I'm like, just do the Phil Collins, please. Like he's a huge Neil Peart guy. Like I have his kit on here. I haven't seen him in a while actually, but oh fuck, I'm pretty be way back. Fucking Christ. Oh god, I got so much fucking slop on my phone, man. Jesus Christ. Anyway, oh shit. Actually, I think I may have just found it. This is around the time. This is around the time that it would have been. Oh fuck, yeah, no. God damn it, man, what in the fuck? That's so stupid. Oh well. Anyway, I think I posted in the Discord before, but yeah, it's got like a fucking like $20,000 drum kit. It's just crazy. I used to fuck with my bassist and drummer a lot because I've always tuned at 432, would thumb bass lines while playing solos, and they would fuck up the sound velocity to sound like pedal tones. Oh fuck yeah. Unless you're in front of a good monitors or have half a stack, it won't sound very different. Yeah, it does something to the way the air moves when you feel it. Interesting. It'll just sound off. Drunk deer. Not bad, actually. Not bad. Got Phil's face in there at the end. Nice. Hell yeah. Pretty close. I nailed it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, Phil. Phil Collins. Yeah. He did the Tarzan track. Was that for Tarzan? No. Didn't he? What was the other Tarzan song he did? Phil Collins. Sorry, this is like fucking really an aside here, but it's oh yeah, the My Heart or whatever the hell. You'll be in my heart, right? You'll be in my heart. I don't forget that fucking. Never forget that meme. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. God bless Phil. Yeah. Anyway, he made drums cool. He made singing and playing drums cool. That's I've still never seen that, man, to this day. You do not see that a lot. You find like people doing backing vocals on drums once in a while, but Jesus Christ, you will never. Probably because it's so difficult, though. You will never see a singer just drum. Like it's just, it's such an oddity. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. There was a time I did see somebody out. I wasn't playing anywhere, but I did see some guy out, didn't I? It was a cover band, no. He wasn't like doing his own thing. I don't know what the fuck he was singing. You could tell that deer had been waiting for that moment for all his life, oh Lord. Hellhammer from Dimmu Borgir did in some of his other projects. I'd never even heard of that, man. Hellhammer. Is that his actual name? God damn. Is he some metal dude? I have never heard that name even spoken, even uttered. Interesting. God damn. I was listening to that again. That's when I was listening to that on repeat actually the other day. I hadn't listened to Layla in a while. I don't know if I'd heard this version of it. Did I play this recently? I can't remember. Of him at the Royal Albert Hall. Fuck, that was so. I mean, like Layla's one of those guitar songs like everybody heard or everyone's played growing up. But fuck, this is a really good version of it. Yeah. He played in a lot of death and black metal bands, but he died not too long ago. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. One of my buddies who passed away, he was a bass player. He was huge into like the Swedish death metal. Actually, on our old band page. Oh God, I don't even want to show this on here. Because there's some cringe old videos of us. But he had, if I can even find it, I might not be able to. It's 130,000 views, man. Oh God, no, I can't share that. That's too bad. No, I'm not. I'm not going to. That's going to go forever. Hey, you could probably end up finding it either way. 130,000, yeah, 70,000. And then we actually got some views in some of the older videos, which is interesting. 65,000. Funny, I just found the channel not that long ago too, but anyway. Yeah, no, that's going to forever be lost to the internet. Those fucking videos there. Oh God, man. It's that first, for people that never played music, never gone out and played music, especially if you're writing your own stuff. Like it's hard. It's hard when you first go out and play your own stuff, and man, is it bad. Like you will learn real quick. Like you don't know embarrassment until you go up and play music like that, especially stuff you wrote on your own. Like, fuck. Especially if you're singing it too. Like if you're singer-songwriter type and you're going up, man. It's one of those things you just have to kind of get over it though. And yeah, in the end, like objectively, did it suck? Yes, but you get better over time, and God, you just make a fool of yourself. It's any kind of performance art, whether it's music or it's acting, and there are just moments where you make a fucking fool of yourself. You have to get over that real quick. Yeah. Yeah. He's a crazy ass drummer though. I'll have to check out some of his stuff. Fairly decent studio, not treated, but decent production and intention. To hear the second harmonics on 432. Oh, interesting, man. That would be an interesting experiment, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I just want to play this. Oh my god, it sounds so fucking good. Again, I'm gonna get this fucking meat. If I talk over it, it's not gonna be that bad. Oh, so good. So much better than the original fucking song, man. Oh, fuck. So good. Oh my god. So good. This lick right here he does, where Billy Gibbons ass. Oh yeah, fuck. Yes. Oh, it's so good, man. Oh. So much better than the original version. Fuck, I'm glad I found it. I'd never heard this version before. I've seen him at the Royal Albert Hall before, but not this time. Anyway. Fuck, that tone, man. Tone is so good. It's a Fender Twin. It's a Fender Twin that he uses. That's all he uses. It's just a fucking Strat plugged into a Fender Twin. Cranked. Like, it's his whole mean. Kind of similar. That's why when I had my little Champ cranked in a small room, it kind of sounded a little bit similar to that. With the Les Paul and a pedal, Rangemaster in front of it, it sounded even fucking better. Yeah. You look different in that video, Jim. Different. What's up, man? Yeah, unfortunately, it's not me, bro. It's one of the guitar gods. Old Eric. Yeah. Yeah. So good. Such good. Oh my God. Such good phrasing. Like, just brilliant phrasing. Just such good playing, too. Like, just tone. Like, you can stick Clapton on 0 hertz. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. He's, I love, I'm not a huge fan of Clapton, to be completely honest. I'm like, of this stuff. Like, I like Cream stuff. Cream stuff I liked a lot, but this version of Layla was brilliant. I mean, it's so good. He's such a good player, man. Like, one of those flawless players. Like, just, that's unbelievably flawless. So fucking good, man. Yeah. Yeah, I thought I'd get bored of Layla. Yeah, it's a much harder rock version. Anyway, we were all gods once and still are, just here enjoying the break from infinity while we forget about everything for a while, brother. Fuck, there you go. Isn't that true? Some of us, though, here in our culture, though, have established ourselves once again as gods in our culture. He's a guitar, I'll say guitar god. He's one of the guitar gods, absolutely, yeah. He's up there. He's up there with Jimi Hendrix and I don't know who else I put up on that list. Probably some of the older guys, but it's obviously quite subjective too. But obviously Jimi Hendrix is probably objectively one of the greatest. I would personally be audacious. I would put Jimmy Page up there for myself because although maybe he technically wasn't the best player, I love his phrasing and I love his songs. I love his songwriting out of almost all of them. But that's just kind of me. But anyway, I love Achilles' Last Stand. One of my favorite songs. It's probably my favorite song by Led Zeppelin. It's Achilles' Last Stand, which no one really listens to because it's on Presence and people forget about that album. And it isn't like the guitar tone kind of sucks. He used the Telecaster. It's kind of like too shrill, but I don't know. The song is just brilliant, but that's just me. But anyway, yeah. I don't know who else. There's Eddie Van Halen and the new guys are okay too. I don't fucking know. Like Steve Vai and I'm not a huge, Joe Satriani's good too, but I don't know. Yeah, they tried to cancel Clapton over his COVID-19 vax statements after he'd been injured. Good luck canceling someone with that kind of money. I think you had told me that, man. I didn't know that. I didn't know he even had issues. Good for Eric, though. I mean, of course, he's this kind of rebellious guy who is just going to speak his mind. And thank God that he did that. I didn't even hear about that. Unlike all the mainstream media that's bought up by fucking pharmaceutical companies, you're not going to hear one goddamn peep. And many politicians we've found out now, unfortunately. as well. We're just as much in bed with them. That's how the world works, right? Then had a hard crash. And yeah, I mean, well, man, fuck, a lot of people did. You know, fuck their immune systems. As people were warned by people like Robert Malone, right? That, you know, you got to be careful when you fuck with your immune system, yeah. Especially when you're standing facing the amps, the sound drones back to the pickups. Yeah, that's why Van Halen could get all kinds of wild ass harmonics. You can't just do normal cranked Marshall. Okay, yeah, it works really well if you drive the shit of an amp into high output pickups. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, all the feedback, man. I remember there was because I was, you know, was it 77? Is that it? There was a guy in our city actually, which I'm very lucky to have him here. But old Super Lead Marshalls are very sought after because there's tons of famous people. I think Eddie too had a modded one. But there's a lot of famous musicians that use them. There's a 1973 version of this. Jimmy Page had used this Marshall as well. And like they're worth a fuck ton of money. Like I think they probably go between 15 and 20K, all beat to shit, right? So there's a guy in the city, and I had an amp that needed repairing, and so I went to go and bring it to him. I'm like, brother, like, because it was actually my champ because I had rewired it myself from a head into a smaller box to put into a combo. And had no idea what the fuck I was doing, and was concerned that I was going to electrocute myself if I didn't get someone to look at it, which I ended up doing anyway. And he didn't have the time to dig through it, and he did look at it, but he essentially said, yeah, there's nothing wrong here, but I probably would get it completely rewired. I was like, fuck. So I had to send it way back to California. Anyway, I walked into his studio, and he was right below where we used to play, which is, I won't mention the name actually, I always do, but it's his metal band runs this jam studio. We have all these rooms, and we had rented rooms there for years. He was underneath there, and there was just this like literal piece of plywood as a door. Like I could put my hand through it. And I remember I walked down and walked in. He told me just to come in, and it was like a wall of amplifiers. And we're not talking like shitty. We're talking like, these are all like custom hand wired, like, you know, like the boutique orange stuff, Marshalls and PVs and, what's the other brand? Not Friedman. Hugh and Kettner. Like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was like, brother, I was like, no one must know that this is in here because there's so many crackheads in our city too that walk around, man. Like it's so bad right now. It's unbelievable. If only, I'll never disclose the location of this place. If only they knew. Because, man. And then to top it all off, he had a vintage Super Lead with the matching cab, 4x12 cab. So like a big, like a stacked, not the full stack, but a full, like, you know, 4x12 with the amp that he had restored. And I was like, what the? Anyway, he told me that if I wanted to rent the space to fuck around, I could. I was like, fuck yes, I will. So I went down and I cranked the amp. He had it all through a PA system, everything. I cranked the fucking amp. I got to stand in front of it and crank it, which is pretty cool. Because it's what like Jimmy used and many other famous musicians do. I never had the opportunity to play like a real one and like a broken in speakers. It fucking sounded good. I had a modded 58 reissue Les Paul. It sounded fucking good. But I was terrified the whole time I was down there. And I ended up leaving, not using it again for that very reason. Because he just handed me keys. Like, yeah, bro, fuck yeah, coming up. I'm like, brother, like, you just met me. Like, you have no idea who I am. And you are handing me the keys to this castle here. And I do not feel comfortable. And I'll never forget that I got an email from him. Like, I was on his emailing list years later where there was some kind of security concern he had. And I was glad I just never went back. I was like, holy fuck, man. I was just worried the whole time. Like, fuck, like, am I going to get pinned with something here? Like, is this why he's just doing this? Like, is he going to try to set me up to accuse me of stealing something? Or never did. Nice guy, but fuck, man. Anyway, this is my story about that amp. And probably most people don't care. There's a couple of us that are musicians, yeah. Yeah, sorry for the music nerd explosion. Hey, brother, listen, don't worry about it. Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Randy Rhoads' bends sound shitty, even though you can tell by his technique. It's not because he's a bad guitarist. difference between BB King Benz and SRV Benz happens. Fuck yeah, brother. I saw BB live, man, years ago. He came to our city. It was a good show. It was a good show. Really good. That was when he died a while ago, didn't he? But remember we went to go see him. My dad, my brother, and me went to go see him. And it was really good. Really good player. Yeah. Yeah. He's really old, man. Kind of like when I saw ZZ Top, like 6 years ago. It was just before Dusty had died, the bass player. And like, man, I mean, I think those boys might need to hang her up. Like he was playing, I think it was, it wasn't just Caught Paid. Fuck, what was it? It was Sharp Dressed Man. And like literally, it wasn't until halfway through the song I recognized that's what he was playing. It was so sloppy. I was like, what is this song? I don't know what the fuck it is. And, and then he did Just Got Paid too. And it was pretty much just as bad, where he was like hitting every single string. And I was like, what is he playing again? And then you got the drums. I was like, oh. I was like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I had cheap tickets too, so my head was cocked like this the whole time. So like halfway through, I was already kind of done, which is very sad because Billy's like one of my favorite guitar players too. I love Billy Gibbons like so much. Yeah. Heard recently that Van Halen would detune certain strings by 15 cents, would explain why his stuff hits hard. Yeah, so it doesn't go over. Yeah. Yeah. Minor things you don't outright hear. Interesting. Yeah. Billy Gibbons is shit, man. He's so good. Yeah. Would exchange planes Jim sub solo. Yeah, that was not very good work. That was just me fucking around. I will learn something in place. I'm not a great player though. I'm not. Like it's not like there's guys who are players and there's guys who are like more rhythm based. I'm like a songwriter. That was my thing, was songwriting. Like I like guitar. I have an okay tone would be one thing that people have told me before. I have a good tone. It's kind of like Billy. Like Billy's not an incredibly technical guitarist. I'm kind of, which is maybe why I vibe with him so much. Same with Jimmy Page. I like because they weren't super technical, but they had like decent tone and they had kind of a unique thing about them, which I really loved. But technically, I'm not that great. No, like I have a buddy of mine that I've known for a while, and he took the same guitar lessons. He worked with the same teacher that I did for many years, and he's insane, man. Like he can play anything and just flawlessly. He was a huge like Van Halen guy. I'll never forget because I had like heard of him, and he played with my drummer, that my buddy, like they played together, which is how we met finally. We're like, oh my god, here we are finally together. And I never forget, there was a video that my guitar teacher showed me. He's like, yeah, man, you know that guy who's been like, because I was like one of, like, there's like a group of like millennial kids that started going to my guitar teacher. And I gone to him like very early on. This guy did too. And he's like, yeah, I want to show you this video of, this other guy's telling you about. He's been going with me for as long as you. And he was a talent show. I could probably try and message him and see if he stole his video. It's fucking, he did all these tapping tricks. He had like this stick and he would tap on the neck, and he was doing like variations in Eddie Van Halen stuff. And it was just like, it was unfucking. And I remember just sitting there being like, Mark, brother, why are you showing me this? It's just to show me like how little like I've improved over the years now that this guy has just blown me out of the fucking water. I was like, why are you showing me this? And I was slightly jealous. I was like, wow, he's unreal. Like, cause he had told me, my guitar teacher, how good this guy was, and he's fucking crazy, and he's just better than me. He's just way better than me. It's just the way that it is. Some people just are better than you at some things, but I write my own music. He never really wrote his own music. Some of his, I think he maybe did a little bit, but anyway, everyone has their own thing, right? Like, you're just not gonna be better than some people. Yeah. Anyone can say what they want. Elevator was a metal album. It's great, man. So good. I love Brown Sugar. If you never listened to Brown Sugar, man, I love their first album when they were very young. I love Brown Sugar too. So many good riffs. There's a great guitar show, man, called the Doug and Pat Show for people that love like vintage gear and stuff. And they went over in depth Brown Sugar one time, and I kind of I'd heard like the song Brown Sugar, it was not Brown Sugar. It's the self-titled album, the first album. Brown Sugar is on the first album. Brown Sugar is like the most famous song off the first album. But Just Got Back from Babies is another one that I love off of that album. Sorry, my brain's not working. Yeah. Just kidding. No, it does suck, man. You can hear it. Yeah. You need green mod amp. What's that familiar? You're technical enough to know what not to play. You're pretty damn good. Yeah, time to teach Jim sweep picking. I mean, I could never do sweep picking. Could never fucking do it. Can never get it. You know. Actually, to be fair though, I saw Joe Bonamassa was complaining about that. He couldn't get sweep picking either. That made me feel better actually. Because Joe's again like one of the modern kind of like guitar virtuosos. He's like a 10-year-old kid playing with BB King and shit. Which he isn't really, I don't think he's really done a lot of original stuff, but technically extremely good. Like Joe's an extremely good player, but originally, that's the other thing too, right? It's like technically he's really good, but not original. Like he's not like Billy or Jimmy or Jimi Hendrix, or technically better than all of them put together, but then original, not as original. You know, he kind of has his own sound, but he mimics a lot of people too, and it's something other different phenomena, right? It's like it's hard to explain what that is. Yeah. Do I play heavy-handed? Oh, definitely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was running 12s on my guitar for years, because of how hard I would. Oh man, like I'd shred through picks. And just naturally, I am too. Yeah. I'm pretty hard on the strings, but like I'm not like a very that would also affect my ability to do any of that kind of stuff with the gauge that I usually play with. But yeah, I'm not very eloquent, I guess. I'm much more, not super precise either. Definitely kind of sloppy. And I don't have the level of precision to do that very well. Yeah. Yeah. I've tried. Yeah. Yeah. 2-finger tapping too. It's easier. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. I mean, I can do tapping and shit. I mean, it's just not like, I can't do like Van Halen tapping. Like I can't do fucking like Hot for Teacher. I remember I probably can't do it. You guys probably can't hear it anyway, but like I was never really that good at it. Like I probably can't even do it right now. What is it? It's like I don't remember how to do it. Oh, this is you can't even tap. This is the fucking height on these strings right now is unbelievable. And they're 11s too. I wouldn't be able to do it. Anyway, no, I'm not even gonna fucking do it. I'm embarrass myself right now. But that was like I actually used to be able to do it. I used to be able to kind of do it back when I was trying to do it. Yeah. Heavy hands with a tune-o-matic and natural play position have a lot to do with it. Yeah, when you sling the guitar down to your crotch and you've got heavy ass fucking strings, it's not really conducive to. Although some people, I shouldn't say they'll look at Slash. He plays like that. He uses the guitar right down. He uses heavy strings too, actually. I wonder if I have a video of me doing that. I might actually. Oh my god. Oh, these are just cringe. I don't think I could fucking play this, man. Oh my god. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh, that's not good at all. Here, I'm just gonna play the video. I'm not even gonna show like anything else. I'll probably will all get revealed anyway when oh, cringe. Oh, well, there you go. I probably won't end up doxing myself with this either way. There is I was 17 there. This is a video that Dr. Krendel recorded of me playing this, but yeah, this is me at 17 attempting to do Hot for Teacher, actually. Yeah. Just give up. That's not bad there, though. Oh, Oh God, man, the cringe. Just I got some stupid thing on my fucking head. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Anyway, it's not my best work. It's fucking around. So I'll record. Actually, there's a recording of me. Yeah, that was almost 20 years ago. Just about, maybe it's 16 actually. Maybe it's 16. That may be just about 20 years ago. Yeah. God, Jesus. Yeah. If you put a dime on a Friedman, he would have an easy time sweeping or doing harmonics. Oh, fuck yeah, man. You know there are harmonics after the fretboard, Jim. You can play a few tunes if you know where to place your fingers. Oh, brother, yes. Bad for 17. Yeah, that's not too bad. I think I was 16, actually. I made him at 16, come to think of it. Yeah. When that would have been posted up. So, yeah, it's not bad. I'm not fucking, you know. Yeah, thank you, Warp Jaw. Yeah. Class dismissed. A classic song, man. Yeah. Yeah. I was too busy typing shit. That was me. Yes, it was me. Yeah, it was me. It was me when I think I was 16 going on 17 maybe. Something like that. Your pick attack is right before the neck pickup too, so if you move it directly in front of the bridge, it becomes easier to articulate staccato or arpeggiated notes. Interesting. You can do pinch harmonics is something I used to do too. Well, you know, again, like in a song, playing like in a band, doing a solo using pinch harmonics. Fuck no, I couldn't do that. If I'm sitting at my computer doing them, yeah, I could probably do pinch harmonics still, but all the guitar talk for people that don't play guitar, but little memes, but like that's the only video I have myself playing. I was playing a lot of classical guitar. And obviously, you know, you're young, you're stupid, I'm playing things way too fast too, but I love classical gas. I was actually pretty good at classical. I can do classical gas in its entirety, which I think was it a fucking Eric Clapton cover that he did in the acoustic guitar? But I've had a video of myself doing that too, which is actually quite good. I was really good at that. I finger picking was something I naturally was my dad too played finger picking a lot, but I was actually really good at that. I probably should have kept up with that. I have his classical guitar kicking around somewhere up here. I don't know where it's been put, but that was something I was always really a fan of. The guy I studied under was who I took lessons from, is huge Chet Atkins guy. And Chet Atkins obviously was all about like chicken picking, like his, and so he had taught me a lot of, I don't remember a lot of the Chet Atkins shit, but I was listening to like, you know, all rock and stuff at that time, but he got me into classical guitar for a while. But yeah, anyway, an eclectic background. Yeah, man, he's really, really good guitar player, really underrated player. Super not really. I mean, a lot of people who know guitar know Chet, but I mean, a lot of other people who listen to music don't. They'll listen to his songs, maybe don't understand how good of a player that he actually was. But yeah, anyway, fuck, I mean, all this guitar talk, goddamn. I just got to play a guitar solo. Fuck. My thing was I love the riff masters. That was always my meme. I wanted to like make cool riffs. I didn't really care if I was the fastest or if I was the most eloquent. I just loved Tony Iommi too, was another huge inspiration, because Black Sabbath were like, oh my God, there's so many fucking sick riffs. Same with Jimmy too, from Led Zeppelin. I mean, they were just so many, and Kurt Cobain too had some really good riffs in his songs, really good songwriter. Like those guys, that's what I wanted to make riffs like that. I want to make cool, catchy, fun riffs. That's what I like to do. Not that I was particularly good at it, but that was more my interest. Yeah. Just one fucking solo, Jim. Jesus Christ, get it done. Oh, brother, I know. It's one of those things, you know? It's like now that I can procrastinate about it, I have something to procrastinate about, brother. So I'm going to procrastinate on it. It's like this weird thing I have, like around procrastinating over things that have to be done, right? It's like almost a fetish at this point where I'm like, maybe I'll see how much longer I can put it off, right? Before people ask about it again. The other thing too is like, what should I do? I hated covering songs, man. I think I mentioned this at the beginning. I fucking hate covering songs. Play my own stuff, fine, easy. Play other stuff, oh fuck. I can learn all these nuanced details and but technically it's the AI stuff of my own stuff. So it's like, fuck, it's not that different. But Plato never played guitar in his head. He was Yngwie. Maybe, brother. Maybe. Would he play guitar if he lived? I don't know. I feel like he played like maybe the flute or something. The flute, maybe. That isn't a meme about his sexuality, by the way. I realized as I said that some people may take it that way. It has nothing to do with his sexuality, just to do with maybe what he would prefer to play. Yeah. Your pick tag is, oh, sorry, I read that. A lot of the flat picking and rule of fifths and sevenths he does is directly lifted from classical. They got filtered, through folk music and poor people, man. Well, there you go. Then he became contemporary in Baroque times. Interesting, man. That's some deep knowledge, brother. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. Interesting. That's intriguing. Yeah. Skin flute. Yeah, that's why I was like, fuck, I didn't mean that. Yeah. Because Plato was famously, or more than he supposed that he may have been, people nowadays are like, I'm gay. It's like, what does that mean? It's like, I don't like women. It's like, okay, but that's not, there's people who dibble and dabble, I guess. And I'm like, maybe he dibbled and he dabbled. I mean, if someone says you're gay, it's like, okay, well, you just only have sex with the same sex. That's what people did back in those times. Maybe he dabbled and dibbled and whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't fucking care. He's a great philosopher, right? He's a good wrestler too. Interestingly enough, yeah. History's most popular instrument, brother. It is actually, yeah. Well, our lips too, yeah. Like our voice, our throats. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, man. Anyway, yeah. Sing it, brother. Yeah, holy fuck. I know. Listen, Golf. I know you've donated more than a couple bits. I have to get it done. I have to buckle down and do it. Like, what are you guys anticipating? Should I do you want me to like just take the notation and just solo it out? Am I playing over it? Like, am I soloing it over it? Am I just playing the whole song without any backing track? Like, I'm just going to play the song? Because I'm not singing it. Yeah. Throater boats and bro jobs. I just got to figure out how we're going to arrange this piece. Aaron, you already very graciously pretty much tabbed it out. But I have to go on it to figure out, like, just what I'll probably just end up just memeing over the melody is what I'll do. I'll just like essentially solo over it. That's what I would probably do. Yeah. Yeah. Just play Indestructible over the original. Done. Deal. Deal. Annie Mac good. Annie Mac good. Have you seen him before live, Golf, or no? Have you seen him? I heard another story the other day, actually, through the grapevine of man, he's going through a rough ringer. I what's he like now? For people that don't know, Matthew Good is a famous Canadian musician. One of my biggest inspirations, actually, for music, for songwriting and singing. And but fuck, he got Me Too'd. Was Me Too the one where all the sexual assault charges? Was that Me Too? Somebody Me Too'd him pretty hard. He went for a bad divorce and said some nasty things to some women. And Matt famously had a lot of mental health issues, and so I don't know if that really surprised me that he was a dick. And he had a lot of accusations that he was also a bit of a dick. And so this lady said, this guy treated me like a piece of shit. He was kind of a dick. I was like, well, that kind of tracks with everything I've heard about him. Don't know how surprised I am about that. Yeah. I don't think he'll ever go out this way. Ask him. He'd love to come visit Hobbiton, brother. Maybe he'd be all along that. He'd be all up and down that. Yeah. Pink Floyd style sound wave would have been sick. Only need like 12 notes. Fuck yeah. Forgot you don't have a tremolo on there. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's tunematic on that stupid fucking thing. Which I love. It's the kind of bridge I love, man. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that. I've had a couple in the past that had I had one that had a Floyd Rose on it. I remember that was an Ibanez. And I've had a couple like I had a couple Strats over the years, but yeah, I just prefer that. Yeah, fuck. Just E minor pentatonic cage system in the chords is a change, but they changed a lot, so good luck. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably just end up playing over the song. I'll probably just like play solo over the song or something like that, but that's probably what I'll end up doing. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, fuck, it's too bad. He was just playing around somewhere recently too, wasn't he? I almost went up and met him again. There was we actually just over this weekend here in the area in St. John in southern New Brunswick. There's this big, what the fuck's it called again? Shit, I just had it in my head. It's this big music festival they have on the water. There's a lot of big bands. I think Alexis on Fire. I forget all the other bands because I don't really listen to their music, but there was a lot of people were excited. The Arkells is another Canadian band, but there's some big bands that came through the last couple of years. But what's Area 506 is what it's called actually. And I knew this couple that ran this coffee shop, and I was up there every day, like getting coffee from them when I was uptown. And during he played, I went to go see him actually. And I saw him perform, but the day before, I went up to get a coffee while I was at work. Sorry. And he was sitting having a coffee there. And, like, I've got all of this guy's vinyls. I've got all his albums on vinyl. He's got CDs of all. I've got all this guy's stuff, right? And I was a little bit older then. I was probably in, like, my mid to late 20s. So, like, I kind of wasn't really doing music. But I wanted to go up and thank him. I was like, brother, thank you so much. And, he was just sitting at the counter, and it's just something about him. I was just like, this guy doesn't want to be bothered. And I kind of regret not going up to him, though, honestly, and bugging him. But there's a lot of people, like, it was packed, and I would have had to, like, fight through people to get to him. Didn't want to be those obnoxious people that were like, oh, Matt, sign my thing. I was like, no, I don't want to be that fucking guy. I do kind of regret not just kind of maybe going up to him a little bit more, calmly. But anyway, yeah. The NTSS style, never the same solo twice. It's fine. Yeah, brother, just out of the fucking jeans. Like, yeah, it's just don't think about it too much. Just let it rip. Like, that's how we're gonna have to do it. You have a little Floyd's, but if you're good at techie stuff, you can get regular trems to hold tune. Just as stationary bridges, yeah. It depends how hard you dive bomb, I guess, yeah. Over the years, that's naturally where I've migrated, is to unlock 2-point trems. I really want something with a single locking Floyd with a regular knot and locking machine heads instead of the dumbass clamps. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had, that one has, that has locking machine heads, but that's not the crazy ones. That, like, the Steve Vai guitars have and shit. But, yeah, they're not that great. I don't know, I kind of ruined the guitar aesthetic, but the guitar's all fucked anyway. This YouTuber needs to be executed live on Stream Jam. Oh, my heavens, brother, who is it? Oh, shit. Slowed and reverb. Just hearing that, man, brings me back to a time in my life that is long past. I like the disc. Yeah, oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of... Yeah, no, the vibe is too different. The vibe is too different, man. Yeah. Oh, fuck. It killed the fucking vibe big time with it. God damn. I love Last of the Ghetto Astronauts. Oh, my God. Underdogs. Even Vancouver I thought was a pretty good album. And, oh, fuck. What's the one with... The one he did right when he got out of the crazy hospital there. Born Losers. That was another one that I really loved. And Beautiful Midnight is another. I know his music probably better than any other musician. I know everything. I know, like, all the lyrics. I know everything about him. A lot. I know a lot about him too personally. It's one of those interests. I usually am not like that with almost anybody else. But for him, for some reason, it was that weird time in my life as a teenager that I just found somebody who I was like, fuck, here we go. This is what I love. And anyway, yeah. Yeah. You can do Dimebag shit on my 2-point strat and we'll go out of tune, but you can't have any binding between the bridge and machine head. Fuck, man. Well, there's been people, I've seen people over the years that have done some crazy. Well, look at, like Jimmy. No, Jimmy would kind of fuck up that. That guitar would be pretty out of tune. Jimi Hendrix, that is. But yeah, that's like none of those assistants on, I guess, right? But yeah, fuck, man. I'm more like, you can do some shit. Well, the Tune-O-Matic, you can get some cool pinch harmonics, and you can dive bomb them. Not like super hard, but if you pinch harmonic with a Tune-O-Matic and you pull the back of the bridge, like right behind the actual bridge itself, you push the string down. you can modulate it that way. I've seen people do that actually, which is very interesting. I've done it myself, but it's not like you have to be careful. You can break that fucking string or throw it off the saddle, and then good luck trying to get it back on, especially if you're playing somewhere. A fucking goddamn mess. I would never have the confidence to do that, but oh man, so many good. Faded, another good song. Golf. You probably know his music too, but a lot of his popular music, they're like from Beautiful Midnight and stuff and Underdogs. But there's some other weird indie stuff that he did that was like really good. I love that song. Like this one, Matthew Good, man. I'm gonna get fucking all this stuff's gonna be. Oh, the other one too. What the fuck? I was listening to that the other day. It just came on my playlist, which is really interesting. Yeah, I love this one. Yeah, another Matt Good song that I love is Faded. Born to Kill is what I was thinking of, man. So much emotion. Yeah, you got done dirty. Yeah.
There's a spaceman.
Fuck yeah, man.
In my basement, there's an ivy keeping time.
I love that, man.
Beside my bed.
Oh,
And a paint.
breaks my heart that he fell from grace. God damn it. Yeah. What is this? You get done dirty. Simple Minds Cry. What is this? The fuck? This fucking thief.
It's difficult to love you when you do the things you do.
Jesus Christ. I never heard of this.
And when I try to turn
Can we have Indestructible by Matthew Good at home? No, we have that at home. The song at home, yeah. Yeah, they literally just sampled the song completely. Holy fuck, man. What the hell? Oh, he just wouldn't even care. That's exactly the same fucking song, man. Holy shit. For people that don't, here's Indestructible by here, I got it up my search anyway. Here's Indestructible by Matt Good. Here, not the stupid video here. Oh, the bass is so good, man. Poor guy ended up taking his life too, actually, man. Fuck these bass players, man. Such a good song, man. So good. Oh, love it.
died in a motor crash.
Oh,
Came back for you, the perfect version of myself. Tomorrow we start again. Tomorrow
man, you blow us away. Way better, you're an angel from heaven. Hell yeah. Angel from heaven. Oh, it's so good, man. I haven't listened to this in a while, actually. Yeah. Oh no, man, he would have blew them out. Oh, this is good, dude. Oh. There's just like, man, there's so much emotion in his voice. Like, it was kind of like, same thing with Nirvana when I first listened to them, man. You're just listening to pop music, there's a lot of emotion taken out of the song, right? And it's fine, you can bob your head to it. There's no like kind of deep visceral shit going on, right? And that's why I think a lot of people can't really vibe with it. Like, there's no depth to it, right? Like, this is one song I remember. Where was this at? Here, right here. This part here, man.
It's more than the list you said you do. It's more than the shot that gets you through. Born to buy in
Fuck, man. Fuck.
Born to kill. It's more than the list you said you do. It's more than the shot that gets you through. Born to buy in
Man. God, Jesus. Just like, oh. Just so visceral. It's kind of spook. Same with Kurt's stuff too. Yeah, you're getting Kurt's vocal vibes, man. It's this sound of somebody who like it feels like they're dying. Like it's this very deep, heavy emotion in their voice, like unbelievably heavy. And he was in that state for years. He had gone through. He battled with bipolar disorder, and no one had ever diagnosed him. And he said he would just like pace around his apartment all night with like clutching things, and he realized like for the last 2 hours he'd just been like squeezing something, and his hands were just like red. And he's like, "What the fuck? Like this isn't normal for somebody to feel like this." And he got medicated, I think, when he was in his mid-30s. But up until that point, he was just like mentally very ill, and you could just hear it in the music. But like, it's oddly enough, like it just gave this it just felt, it's like this hopelessness almost in his music and his voice, which as a young teenager, like for me, I felt, and I think a lot of people did, it's that raw, visceral emotion you don't really get from media that's been heavily curated. They just want you to keep your head down. Yeah. Yeah. Writers of Cry by Simple Minds, Jim Kerr, Dino Majorano. What about Good and Chant, you sick limey fuck? Send him a message, brother. He explained his decision by stating he believed it was a mistake made by the album's producer rather than a deliberate act of plagiarism. Good further pointing out the mathematical limitations of chord progression, saying mathematically there are only a certain number of chord progressions you can do. It implies he felt the similarities, while strong, might be attributed to coincidences rather than malice. The ChatGPT said, "Holy, Matt was doing him a solid there. Jesus Christ. God damn it." It's not like Ed Sheeran and who was it? Was it Marvin Gaye's estate? All these estates, man, they make me fucking sick. But they sued Ed Sheeran for some song he did because it sounded similar. That was ridiculous. That was not lifted whatsoever. It's just Ed playing on generic melodies and not realizing. I think it was Marvin Gaye. I can't remember. Any of you guys remember that? But I remember I saw that litigation. Same with Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin, and some other stupid band out of the 70s that no one remembered after they had a one-hit wonder. They tried to accuse them of lifting the intro to Stairway to Heaven off of their off one of their albums. And it's people always accuse Led Zeppelin of stealing stuff, like When the Levee Breaks, although I'm pretty sure like they did make mention, or there was some rights given to that, I can't remember, but that they just like stole a bunch of early blues stuff, like Bring It On Home. The start of that was essentially Robert Plant imitating some blues singer. Yeah. Oh, that was ridiculous, man. That was so obnoxious. That was just fucking that kind of shit is what really discourages people from making music, because you're worried, oh shit, what if some big musician out of Korea or Singapore has a similar song and they sue me. It's like, are we really gonna fucking do that to people? Like, are we really gonna do that? I like, get the fuck out of here. All the copyright stuff drives me nuts, man. Although it is annoying when it does happen, when you see people blatantly kind of lift shit and not like in a creative way. But the copyright shit does also bother me on the flip side, where like people will do that dumb shit and there's no need for it. It's just fucking stupid, man. Like, in all fairness, Ed purposely skirts closer to the other shit to go grift popularity. Well, yeah, and he's admitted to such. Yeah, he doesn't lose growth, so he deserved it, even if those guys didn't deserve the money. You think so, man? Yeah, he's been fairly open about how, you know, a lot of the pop music is fairly generic, just basic chord progressions over and over again. Yeah. He's industry plant personified. You think, man, you don't like him. I can't say I really know any of his music, honestly. The only song I liked that he did was the Hobbit song, I have to say. Although I don't know if I liked it in the movie. What the fuck was it? I See Fire. I did like his playing there. Here's him recording there. For people who haven't seen it. My ex, she was a singer, and she used to go around playing music, and before she got a band, I was the one who would go around and play guitar with her. And so I had to learn some of these songs, and so I did learn. I did like this song, and I actually did like how she sang it too, actually. She had an amazing voice. Obviously the relationship didn't work out, but I did learn how to play the song at one point. And I enjoyed it. I mean, obviously it's not super original, but yeah. He's bringing Ginger down. Fucking Christ. Think in the perspective of a corporation, once he loses velocity, he's now B-grade goods. Yeah.
Are you doing
Fucking
it from in
Christ.
here then? Yeah, should I just go in?
I think he's kind of disappeared. Has he? Just a little travel guitar too. I love it, man.
Let me do that again. That going into the I see fire. Yeah. Blood in the breeze.
Got the Backstreet Boys with mixed in with the acoustic.
One more time.
Kind of I don't know. He was kind of a unique thing a little bit. I see what you mean now, that he was like definitely propped up by the industry. But
Oh, misty eye of the mountain below.
I like this. I like the song. I thought it was good.
Keep careful watch of my brother's souls. And should the sky be filled with fire and smoke, keep watching over during suns.
That's pretty clean too. Super clean. Love it.
If this is to end in fire,
And he's singing and playing it too. On the record, it's pretty good.
together, watch the flames climb high.
I don't know. Couple joints, couple beers, I'll be singing along with him. Fuck. You don't like Ed Sheeran, brother? You put him in a 12-foot deep hole and poke him with sharp sticks. Let him play that song first for me, and then we can do that, okay? Yeah. Play something for us, Jim. Oh, I know, brother. Listen, I have before. I don't think you were here. Yeah, I fucked around a little bit. I have my own music that I do play, and I was playing, and then I just got fed up and said, fuck, because of COVID. I was like, I can't be bothered with this. It's not paying me any goddamn money. It's a tough life to live, that life. I mean, goddamn. I contemplated doing it for so long and tried to some degree, but then you have to travel a lot. You're just bumping around from bar to bar and show to show and some shitty fucking van, and then you get like an indie record label and they're not paying you really any money, and you're just hoping you get, I don't know. If I could live again, would I do it? I probably would. But that's obviously in hindsight of what had happened to me. But that's the problem with life. You're always living with hindsight is 2020. It's in the moment, you don't know. Maybe someday I will, man. Yeah, I could. I share some of my music in the Discord. You can go through the video section. I have some rough recordings I've uploaded over the years on there, and you can listen to it's kind of a rough recording, honestly, but it's an EP that I have somewhere in my Spotify list called Wormwood. Is one of the songs that I had written that I actually put out, and I did get picked up by some radio stations, and I wasn't really into talks. Like you need a record deal, you need to kind of have more of an audience built, but that was our intention. Yeah. There are 10 million guys that can sing, play, and write better than him in the world, so there's definitely something on the back end. Fuck. Was this the Game of Thrones? It was for the Hobbit movie, brother. Yeah, the Hobbit movie. Yeah, Russell Shire tour bus. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. If I came across Ed Sheeran and he was on fire, I wouldn't even urinate on him. I'd run to the nearest gas station to purchase accelerant. Holy fuck, you guys don't like him, huh? I don't know enough of his actual music, honestly. That was really the only song I could name off the top of my head that he's ever written. But I know people who have liked him and seen him in concert and enjoy his stuff. But yeah, maybe it's not brutal enough for us. It's not hard enough, and I don't know. We just need something like more. I need more mentally unstable musicians for myself, really. That's really what it is. Reflection of myself, possibly, yeah. Atlantis metal could be a thing. Fuck, brother. Under the Sea. Where's that fucking scene from Metalocalypse? Metal. Is it Ocal? How do you spell it? Metalocalypse. Awaken. Oh, but they awaken the ice troll. You guys ever seen this? Awaken. Oh, is this the whole song here? Oh, fuck. Is this the scene, actually, where they awaken the ice troll? Yeah. Fuck, that episode was funny as shit. Yeah. That episode was a fucking meme and a half. God damn it. Yeah. Don't hate it, but I don't respect him for making a mockery of art as a commodity. I get that, man. Yeah. Smoke the Hobbit is the song for your next album, brother. Fuck yeah. Big long Gandalf pipe. Let's do it. I'd be down for that, 100%. Never understand why people don't like the Grateful Dead so much. Why people like the Grateful Dead so much? Why they like them? Yeah, I'm not into jam bands either, man. I think it's like fun background music. You're just high and fucked up, like out of your mind, so you're just something to fun to kind of vibe to. It's kind of what I've got. Yeah, drug parties, essentially. Yeah, it's just it was kind of like what raves. They were like the original rave, like back in the day before there was like electronic music. That was essentially that's essentially it. The comparison, not the comparison. Fuck. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Even went to concerts only the parking lot though for LSD. Fuck yeah, bro. Yeah, that's the vibe. Yeah. He was seen in the vicinity of City Hall. Jesus Christ. It's some high level propaganda you're creating, brother. Jesus. I had to say I don't find his music unpleasant, but I also used to be a DJ, so go figure. Oh fuck man, well there you go. Fuck yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. Hell yeah. You can mix it up. Yeah. Or I mean like a radio DJ. Do you do radio, Aaron? You do like a radio DJ meme? Yeah. Every jam band just coincidentally has a roving drug party that follows them. There are 0 examples of that not happening coincidence. Yeah, I'm not a huge jam band guy. I mean, you know, like you go play out anywhere. Fuck, I mean, after enough drinks, your local band is going to turn into a. You give your local cover band enough drinks, they're going to turn into a jam band after like an hour. Just kidding. You're not gonna know what the hell they're even playing, honestly. It's going to end up just playing over each other, and then the fight might break out, and then they're probably going to walk off stage. So anyway, yeah, just ends up being just, and then they start throwing in their stuff, their own stuff. I love that strategy by bands. They're like, they play like 20 other cover songs. Now we're going to play some our stuff, and everybody leaves. That strategy doesn't work very well. You have just play your own stuff, right? Just play your own shit. Like, don't start with all these other covers, because people are probably going to be better than your music if you're new to writing music. And so you play your stuff at the start, and that sets the bar. And then you can play the other stuff. But you want people sitting in listening. Yeah. Uncle Ted in St. Terry warned us about Ed Sheeran. Did he actually? What the fuck did he say about Ed? I don't know. I think Ed owns a bar somewhere, doesn't he? I don't know much about him. I don't know any. That's the only song I know of him, and I didn't even know what it was called. I thought it was called Ring of Fire, but that's the fucking Johnny Cash song. Yeah, my friends were like really into them, and I'd listen to them and try to like it. Like, huh? Yeah, man. Are they still alive? Or are they great? I think they sell more merch now. It's kind of like Metallica, in Nirvana too. They sell more merch than like people actually know what the music is. Just feel good, man. Just gotta feel good, man. Feel happy, man. Let it go, man. It's like, no, I want to feel the darkest. I want to feel the darkest, most depressed shit I can feel. Right? What's that? Strange Days by Matt Good? Holy fuck. I'm gonna get depressed listening to that song. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. Fu Manchu is my kind of jam band stuff. The Kiss. How do you pronounce that name anyway? They're great, man. Was that Josh Homme's first band? That was his stuff, wasn't it? Was that his band, man? I can't remember. Yeah. What the fuck's wrong with my keyboard? Delete this stupid fucking thing. Kiss? Chaos. Oh no, never mind. That's not them. Or is that them? No. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. That was his band. Yeah. Right. Thought he was a drummer in that band. Oh no, he was just a guitar player. Yeah. There he is, young lad. Yeah. 1995, man. Holy shit, yeah. I love Queens, man. Queens is Stone Age, one of my favorite bands. Yeah. No, mobile DJ, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, lugging decks and speakers and lights into a marquee and doing a night of different genres. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Hell yeah, yeah. And eventually I got residency in a club in Cardiff. Fun times. Oh, fuck yeah, man. That sounds like a great time, yeah. God. The grease mega mix, and you admit to this. Don't blame the DJ. That's true, though. That's very fucking true, actually, yeah. I've said some great nights at weddings, man, where you have some cool DJs. They put on some shit you just would not expect. Right? Just to throws everybody else off just to please you. You're like, fuck yes, right? Like just some ridiculous request that's completely you're not able to dance to whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah. Sky Valley's one of my favorite stoner rock albums of all time. Really? Fuck, man. I haven't listened to a lot of them, man. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of Josh's work, though. Oh, look, he's got the whole, look at that old, the hell is that, a Gibson? Jesus Christ. No, it's not. I'm a huge fan of Queens of the Stone Age, man. Huge fan. I was just listening to this the other day, actually, which again, I guess this whole stream, this whole VOD's fuck, probably just gonna, I love this song, man. He wrote this, how many years ago is this? Not that long ago. It's one of his more, oh, never mind, it's 12 years ago, fuck. I love this song, man. The start of this, oh. I love his style. Super unique, man, like, always dug the vibe. Yeah, so good, man. Love it. Oh, so good, man. The imagery. Oh, so good. I love it. I just came on my playlist too. I was at the gym the other day. I was like, fuck yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Is that Keir Starmer? Hi, Keir said something disparaging about immigration. Jesus Christ. They're literally going to be on to him. They're going to, brother, how would you feel bad if he got taken in now? Jesus Christ. Fuck, you got to watch yourself there. I mean, I've heard stories already of people's VPNs not being able to get around it. Like, that's fucking terrifying shit, man. There's some guy on YouTube that posted that he couldn't watch YouTube. YouTube said, sorry, you can't watch YouTube with your VPN. He's like, what? Like, the fuck? You just sign in. They're watching people's YouTube videos. Like, you need to listen to some Fu Manchu and Thousand Moths. Never heard of them. Orange Goblin was kind of like Queens of the Stone Age and Black Sabbath and a Bastard Child. Orange Goblin? Look them up. Interesting. Yeah, man. I'm not fucking familiar with. I'm not familiar with any of that stuff. I'm bad with like going and listening to. Oh yeah, have you mentioned it before, didn't you? They sound familiar. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, man. There's so much music out there, and there's so many probably great musicians, right? And you just get flooded with all the mainstream slop, right? Like, so very Viking-esque kind of look. Fuck yeah, brother. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, God, it's like a full-time job keeping on top of all the different bands that are out there, yeah. Any man that willingly plays the Grease Mega Mix deserves 10 years in solitary. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, yeah. Oh yeah, do it, man. I'll definitely listen through to them. Yeah, fuck yeah, do it up. Yeah, I definitely would love to. Yeah, I love the bobbers here on the album. That's fuck yeah, hell yeah. Motorcycles and music, man. That was what I grew up with. That's what I fucking grew up with. It was like my family's thing, man. We were like all. My dad was like his whole family were all like kind of like, I guess, petrol heads in the UK, gear heads here, but like bikes and cars, and I played a lot of the music, but it was the whole vibe, man. I always dug that vibe. Although they weren't into like bobbers and Harleys and shit. They were like into like Japanese bikes and like stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, that was the whole vibe. That's what it was all about. Guarantee when I dropped the volume at the big sigh moment, I would hear you sighing. Facts. Fuck yeah. Get enough liquor into him, Aaron. That's the thing, right? It's like, I've seen this happen at weddings, right? I've seen this happen with the DJs, and I've known people at weddings who would have never stood up to the Backstreet Boys. What's the famous song? Like, I Want It. It's not I Want It That Way. Is it Bye Bye Bye, that one? But you see these motherfuckers just like sitting there like, all night, like, oh yeah, no, like just sitting there like that the whole fucking night. And then they get enough liquor into them, and then to finish the night off, Buddy throws on that fucking Backstreet Boys song, and you see them up there just pissed, just banging their head to it, singing their heart out. I'm like, yes, yeah, there you are. I was like, now I see now I see who you truly are. I knew that's who you were. I'm sure you've seen some nights like that, brother. You've seen them just put the right song on the right moment, right? When they're just sauteed enough, right? And then they come up and then they just let loose. Yeah. Only if you could hear me over the sound of the venue burning down, brother. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's pretty dark. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Yeah, fuck. Good fucking times, Good fucking times. Absolutely. Well, that's fucking me. Yeah. The Piss Bruisers are the worst. They play another one at the end of the night, guys. Oh man, yeah. Oh yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. Yeah. Once they get going, you won't want to fucking stop, man. Oh god, yeah. The last couple weddings I went to, actually, I kind of went home fairly early. Actually, for poor Train Beast, actually. Train Beast wedding, I had to kind of pack it in early, but I didn't sleep the night before at all. We got this fucking Airbnb, man, and it was so fucking warm, and on top of that, it was so uncomfortable, and I didn't sleep at all. So I've been up for like 2 days at that point, more than that. Well, no, just about, yeah, it'd be about like 35 hours or something. And I couldn't keep it up any longer. I had to fucking leave. And they were getting like real tribal. They were getting like, the boys were getting a little bit rowdy, and I was like, oh, it's no. But anyway, man, fuck yeah, lots of good memories though. Yeah, lots of fun, as weddings should be. Lots of fun. Let loose. Yeah, fuck, man. Yeah, it is what it is. What else did I have up here? I don't know if I can sustain listening to Ross, actually. He interviewed this Michael Herrera guy, I don't know why he's been doing the rounds again. I mean, it's the same story he's been telling about this incident that happened right in Sumatra, is where it was, in 2009. But I've had threats. I had surveillance. I was intimidated. I don't know. Is that really a story? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, yeah. Interesting. Not a lot really else to come of that. The DJ is integral to the perfect night for the bride, and that's what it's all about, creating memories. It is exactly it, man. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Creating a good track and creating a good set list and of good songs, and fuck. I don't know what I will always request after I get enough liquor in me. Earth, Wind and Fire, September. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about this song. It's probably another classic one that people play. But, especially if I get some herb involved. Just a little bit of that. It has this like perfect... I mean, these guys are all high to their fucking mind playing this song. That might explain why it vibes so hard. I don't know why. It's just a great song, man. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, so good, man. Oh, the funk. Just unbelievable musicians, man. Fuck, they're good. Yeah. We need the kind of, funk kind of soul music. I'm sure there's lots of it out there. But we need it to come back, man. I don't know. Like, what the fuck? Where'd it go? I'm sure there's still lots of musicians out there that play it, but I just don't really hear it like this anymore. You're fucking your soul seek privileges, yeah. I love Tina Charles is one of your faves. I don't know, I'm even familiar with her. Oh, seriously good, man. So fucking good. Yeah, surely I love to love. I don't know if I'm familiar with her. 1976. It looks like it was filmed yesterday, for Christ's sake. I don't think I've ever heard of it. I haven't heard this before, yeah. Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, fuck it. I'll check them out tomorrow morning, man. I'll go through them. Fuck yeah, yeah. The advent of ratchet rap killed funk as a social culture. Is that what happened, man? Like, oh, Marvin Gaye too. I love Marvin Gaye. Like, oh my God, what was he? One of the Marvin Gaye. No, what's it? Ain't no. This is one of the great, like, unbelievable songs. What's her name again? Tammy Terrell. Holy shit, man! This song still like. Unreal.
Listen, baby, ain't no
Marvin was he's probably one of the greatest singers ever.
ain't no river wide enough,
Same kind of vibe with like Matt and Kurt. Just so much like literal soul in his voice, man. Like so much emotion. Fucked what happened to him, huh? Like, oh man. Oh, remember I just blare this. So good. Unreal. Man, that's good. Oh, I could listen to the whole fucking thing. I mean, holy fuck, man. Crazy. Oh. I can't play the whole thing. Oh, God, he was good. Crazy, man. Like, all the guys playing back line funk were accomplished jazz and notation musicians, so they were just on other places they could still make a living doing. Well, that's why they're so good, man. Yeah. Yeah, the Motown sound, man. Oh, yeah, it's just fucking, oh, God. Unreal. Fuck, it's terrible. Why do the good people like that just die? Like, why all these good musicians, like, probably because they're just unstable too mentally, right? That's why they were like, get a pull to them. Like they just lived an unstable lifestyle too. Whether it was like Kurt or it was Jimi Hendrix or Marvin, or they had problems and they just didn't deal with them. Or with Marvin, I think didn't his dad kill him or some shit? Like got into a fight with him and his dad shot him or some shit. Like, oh fuck, man. Unfucking believable. Yeah. I guess rap culture changed, yeah, but there's still lots of people from like kind of black culture in the States that are into funk and are still brilliant musicians. But it definitely did. It was another avenue, I guess, people express themselves through. Yeah. And all of a sudden there was an explosion of shit like funk, metal, such as Infectious Grooves and Fishbone. Oh yeah. It ended up turning into ska. Interesting. Us Musos are all emotionally fucked up. Well, man, that's literally it. I mean, it's why we gravitate towards music, and you express yourself, right? It's this expression. It helps with that. It's a cathartic release of that, maybe, you know, like Lip Up Fatty. I guess, yeah, kind of, well, Rage Against the Machine was another, I guess, this kind of rap metal, I guess, that went into, that's more rap metal, rooted in that kind of. Suicidal Tendencies guitarist, Rocky George was the lead guitarist for Fishbones for years. Okay, interesting. I'm not familiar with them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. One rap artist I've always loved was Tupac. Although, you know, the one thing I don't like about rap, and not that all rap artists are like this, because I know they're not. There's tons of rap artists that are. What was his name again? Oh fuck! I actually was a huge fan of his for a while. I forget what his fucking name is now. God damn it. He was a very political rapper, but like was real problems. Like really great lyricist. But I did always love Tupac. I love Tupac's energy. I don't like the materialist rappers, like this modern mainstream trend of rappers that just rap about what they own and all this stuff that they have. It's like the 80s hair metal guys just rapping at all the girls they get. It's like just what the fuck? Like it's fine. You know, it doesn't really move you in any real way. Like there's no real fucking like emotion in it either. It's just very sterile. It's just materialistic, and it just drives me nuts. Yeah. Should be thinking of Vanilla Ice. No, fuck Christ, no. How dare you, bro? How dare you? What the fuck? Christ, I forget what his name is. No, not Method. Shit. Anyway, fuck. I forget what his name is. Yeah. You kind of notice the rap with Rap 2 as it first came into popularity. They used real instruments around the time they made the deal to do gangster rap and fill prisons. The guys doing that faded. Yeah. Well, I know. I love this Cradle to the Grave Tupac. No, it was another version of it. No, not that. Not DMX and Jet Li. Although, I mean, that's a classic fucking meme. But is it the remix? Yeah, this one here. I love the start to this, man. This is I always love the start to this. It's fucking great. Yeah. This is like an alternate mix. You've never heard this one before. It's really fucking interesting. No, it wasn't MC Hammer either. Yeah.
June 16th, 1971. Mama gave birth
nice
to a hell-raising heavenly son. See the doctor tried to smack me, but I smacked him back. My first words were stuck for life, and Papa passed the Mac. I'm busting on these motherfuckers brawling.
I always love this version of it.
I'm out the window on my drop top. I got my Glock cop, busting the niggas when Willis.
I mean, it's like, it's pretty aggressive still. You know, but like real instruments. At least I'm pretty sure they are. Sounds like a real bass and drums. Yeah. Anyway, that's another good. I love that version of that. But, you know, lyrics obviously not really a huge fan of. Like, way too violent. Like, Sugar Hill Gang was notorious for talking shit about how rap was perverted. If you change the lyrics, this could be a war song. Yeah, man. I mean, it's really good flow. Crazy good vibe to it. Yeah, it's. But it's these lyrics were anyway. That guy was playing a character too the whole time, I think. But yeah, I just not really. You know, I like some of like 50 Cent stuff. It's like always like nostalgic kind of club music, but yeah, I'm not really. It's too materialistic. It just doesn't really speak to anything really. Some of their music may to like some problems in local communities, but obviously there's more underground guys that are a little more intellectual with the lyric writing, and it isn't just about the car and how much money they have, and it's more about like what are the problems, like how are you really relating to people? How do young kids relate to these guys rapping about their Bentley and their $1 million chain? And like that's not what you want, like that's not really relatable. You don't want people chasing after that either. I mean, how do people relate to that? I don't understand that. Yeah, that's just one specific segment of rap music, I think, but yeah. Yeah. Daddy Mac, I'll make you jump. Now the realities of this and that, it's that crisscross ain't coming off wet. Oh shit. Oh, you guys know all about that shit. God damn. Eazy-E was great. Yeah. Yeah, those are kind of the older guys, even Tupac, yeah. Yeah. I've listened to that one before too. That was a remix. But anyway, yeah, fuck, it is what it is, It is what it is. Yeah, anyway. My favorite MC will always be Zach De La Rocha. Although some people, obviously, like rap connoisseurs, will be like, what? But Rage Against the Machine, man. He's possibly one of, I don't know, he's up there with greatest lyricists. I don't know. Like, so relevant. His music's so relevant, man. I mean, just so potent, so powerful. So very hyper intellectual guy. Just unreal shit. One of my favorite bands ever, too. Rage Against the Machine. Matt Good, Rage Against the Machine. I don't have Matt on my phone, but I still got Rage's album. I'll always have them on my phone, always. All four of their albums. Always. Yeah. Bobby Brown, A New Sensation, Candy Girl. Fuck yeah. I was never just a strictly metal guy. I always liked good music. Same, man, yeah. I was never pigeonholed really into one genre either. I always just liked good music, whether it was... is it Astoria's, the Stars, the classical song, or it was rap music, or it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Like, oh, look at this. This is crazy. I was learning this. I learned a portion of it, but he starts double hitting it at one point, which is quite difficult. Like, it could be this shit, it could be Tupac, it could be whatever, right? Like, yeah. God damn. New Edition? Who's that, Will? Yeah. Old Band Memory Bad. What's that New Edition? Look at this guy. That's gonna be me someday. Hell yeah, brother. God damn. Oh, the skill to do that. Look at his fingers. Big long fingernails on him. You gotta grow those bitches out. It's harder than it looks. Oh God, you see people with those nails. Oh, I did that for a little while because my guitar teacher had his nails grown out too for classical, and like you go through the checkout of the grocery store, they're just like what? Like they don't understand. Like it's I always have to explain to them. No, it's for guitar. Like wow, your fingernails are growing out on your right hand, right? They just look at the pinky nail, and they're like, you're like no. It's like all of them. No. Yeah. The pedal tones are using the root as a tenor rhythm in this case. That's so the Ultra Fit doesn't sound goofy. Interesting, brother. Fucking goddamn. Drone string, yeah. Yeah. Man's not playing, he lives the music. He's been living for a long time. Sergio Segovia. Is that his name? Fuck, anyway. I just always came back to this video. Come back to it for years. Andre Segovia, right. Bach. Anyway, yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. Eustace Tunn? Who is it? I've never heard of him. Fuck. This is some young guy. There's so many other new young guitarists on. I haven't even kept up with all the other guitar YouTubers. I don't watch any of them. How have I seen this guy? Golden Dragon Internal Flight. Song of the Golden Dragon, bro. This is right up my fucking alley here. He's got the look too. Just walked straight in from Whiterun, for Christ's sake. God damn. Yeah. Oh, okay. I think, well, okay. Bobby Brown was into the 80s. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah. Holy shit. He's like a Jarl, for God's sakes. Look at the pick guard all chewed up. He's got fake nails on. Are they fake? Yeah, they must be. God damn. Unreal, huh? I was gonna say, brother, as soon as he walks into the bar playing that, I'm thinking he's gonna have a problem with, he's not gonna have a problem with ladies, I don't think. Not one bit. He's got the incense burning through the fucking top of the nut. Jesus Christ. Nice. It's like, it's kind of his version of Eric Clapton's cigarette hanging up there. Holy shit. That's a meme, huh? Wow. Unreal. Oh yeah, brother. Fuck yeah. Nobody's vibing hard enough back there. Like, they're just all like statues. Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, I'd be up right out front banging my head to that. Fuck yeah. Is this when the dragon takes flight? Oh, fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, man. Wow. Holy shit. And he does that for 9 fucking minutes? Oh, I'll have to listen to more of his stuff, man. Holy fucking Christ. Wow. Oh, it looks like he's doing well. He's up as 13 years ago. Now he's up on a goddamn stage. Bong rip. Oh, brother, that's well deserving of that. Yeah. Yeah. Finally, the fish market. Jesus Christ. The best place to put your seg, literally at. Oh, man. Yeah, that's on fucking real, huh? Here, oh, look, there he is. Good for him, huh? Still got the Viking luck going on. Still got the incense. Live in Zurich. This guy's got the feather and the incense. Holy, like, who the fuck is this guy? Some wizard of the guitar. Jesus Christ. Unreal. Beautiful, beautiful electric acoustic there. Man. Oh, well, yeah, that he'd be well worth seeing. Holy shit. Fuck, a free man. A free man. God damn. Yeah. It's probably just one good pair of clothes, man. That's the life, right, though? Like, isn't that the life some of us have wanted to live, though, man? You know, it's like the life maybe some of us purposely avoided, but then also you think, like, as much as, like, that would probably have sucked. He may not have eaten in, like, 3 days. But he's out there just a free man doing his thing, playing his songs, on his journey, the hero's journey to find the golden dragon. Sound engineer is shouting, don't get that fucking smoke in my SM50. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, it's a vibe. He has his own little shtick. You have to have that. Yeah, fucking, well, God damn it. Well, thank you for coming around tonight, guys. Probably where I'm going to end it, actually. But, yeah, listen. Buddy, what's going on? Yeah, it's time for him to go for pee, I think. But thanks for coming around, guys. Good talking to everybody, man. Thank you, everybody, for coming in and chilling. I mean, fuck, yeah. Enjoying this music with me and sharing other musicians as well, man. I'll definitely check out that stuff. Okay, was it Orange Goblin? Yeah, I'd love to fucking check that out. So, oh, Ivana too sent that shit. Okay, I'll check that out tomorrow too. Another video. So, yeah, man. Listen, thanks, guys. Oh God, I do love music, but yeah, we're all about Atlantean secrets here. Fuck, God damn it. Anyway,
It's 7
later,
in the
guys.
evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys. The keys of Atlantis mysteries. Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets. The keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception. Ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.